Mic check.
Yeah? One.
Okay. for IMA Grenada National Relay Meet. And we get it set for the first few events.
On field, gonna see the get. The girls javelin show on the 17. I see the high jump. Boys open. As we get ready for the first event on the track, girls distance medley. Once again, welcome.
Event number 4, boys high jump open. The bar starts at 1.60 meters. Your defending champion 2025, Timothy Greenwich. He's back again in the field this year, 1.95 meters. Last year's bronze medalist Aiden Daniel, he's also in the mix. It's some 23 clubs in competition this year, 33 events to contest. Girls javelin throw under 17. Defending champion Fiona Jackson of SJC Grenville, she's also back this year. A winning distance of 25.75 meters. And we also see going through their paces event number 3, boys triple jump open. Timothy Greenwich of ACE, also the defending champion, and he's also back in the triple jump open. 13.94 meters was the winning distance for the boys triple jump open in 2025. Track athletes are making their way out, getting set for the first event on the track. Girls distance.
Welcome viewers to the 2026 edition of the Investment Migration Agency, that's the IMA National Relay Meet right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, downtown St. George's, Grenada. Alongside me is Sherry and Noel as we welcome one and all to the live broadcast of this very important and exciting event in the athletics calendar 2026. Sherry, the stage is set, the conditions are just about right, and the viewers are in for a very exciting afternoon into evening for Track and Field 2026.
Only see the best of the best here this afternoon. As you said, it's the second installment of the IMA Grenada National Relay Meet. We have a number, I think it's 24 in all. It includes clubs and secondary schools, so you know what is going to be happening. Right now we are basically within the peak of the athletic season, and we can expect, as I mentioned, the best of the best. Because here what? I saw peak performers, I saw momentum, I saw a finish line, SJC St. George's, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. I don't know if I mentioned them before, but Momentum Track Club. So you have a number of clubs and schools that are going to be fielding the best of the best to create the excitement, because we know what relay does, Leslie. Relay brings excitement.
Well, in all of the school sports and the track and field events, the relays are what we refer to as the exciting events. But you were mentioning the clubs that are on show here today, And we have clubs from every parish except for Carriacou and PT Martinique. So we have Top Flight from St. John's, we have Momentum from St. Mark's, maybe not from St. Patrick as well, but I'm sure McDonald College is here and they will represent the parish as well. And of course St. George's have the most clubs and they're also here. So it's going to be an afternoon and evening of very exciting and thrilling competition. It's also a gauge for what's going to happen later on in the season. I'm sure some of the schools will be sharpening their craft, those that are coming as schools in the competition. And the athletes from the other schools that are competing under the club's banner, they would also be sharpening their craft in preparation for some of the bigger meets or the other meets that are coming up later on in the season.
And I think it is important to let the viewers know that even if we mention it's the relay meet, we also have some field events that will be happening as well. We have some high jump, javelin and some long jump to take place this afternoon.
Yes, I think what the organizers have aimed to do is to create a diverse event, because there are people who come here to see field events and they would want to see some of these and the athletes and the relatives perform in the field events. So I think it's a good diversity to give in addition to the relays. We know the relays are going to be the main attraction, they're going to create the main buzz. But these athletes who are jumping and running and throwing would also want to have an opportunity, and I think it's a good addition to the event to include some field events as well.
Some of the viewers may want us to mention a couple names, but I don't think it is important to mention a couple names. What I would like to tell them is to please pay attention to the clubs.
So I think what is important is that if you're not here at the National Stadium, you should come on down, those of you who are close by. And those of you who are locked in, keep locked in, because it's going to be a lot of great performances from the clubs and schools that are here. And already the field events have started, so what we're going to do shortly is go back and cover some of the field events and take you through the afternoon. So keep where you are. It's going to be a lot of excitement at the IMA 2026 National Relay Meet.
I believe so. So we now turn you over to our commentary team that includes Basil and Bernard.
And welcome and a good afternoon to you as we get ready for the first event on the track. It's the medley. It's a girls' distance medley. When we talk about distance medley, Bernstein, we are talking about 1,200 meters, followed by 800 meters, then a 4, and rounding it off to 1,600 meters. One of the exciting long distance races that we are going to see today.
Oh yes, certainly. A pleasant good evening to the viewers. Quite an interesting race to start off. We have a number of teams on track. We should have 8 teams, however, we're only seeing 4 teams there on screen. But the race is going to be an exciting one. It's one of the more exciting. For those who like distance running, this is a treat for you.
And we have finish line and Annie Logie to be starting things off for her club.
So it will be Annie Logie, Annalisa Brown, Kiana Alexander, and Soraya Phillip. That's finish line. It looks like St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville will be there too. That's Michaela Abraham. She'll be handing over to Samara Noel. Karina Lashington and Selena Niles will be the anchor.
5 clubs lining up for the start of this event. First on track, event number 5. We have Classic 19 Finish Line Sports Club. We've got St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville.
We've got the St. David's Track Blazers. We've got the St. Andrews Anglican
Track
Secondary.
Blazers is also there. We have Tishona Bascom, Alian Gedari,
5 clubs
Shaquanda
lining
Paul, and Jordan Collins.
Event on track, event number 5. Girls Distance Medley, open.
They are on the start as well.
So here we go. This is the start of event number 5, but we seem to have
What are we to begin? First event.
some difficulty with the first event, first track event.
A little bit of starting jitters, we'd say.
Oh yes, it's some jitters. We expect that. It's early in the day. It would be a long day, and some of the girls would have been there just getting ready for the event for some time now, and I guess they're ready to go. And there they go. It's the first event on track. It's the girls distance medley. That's 12 by 8 by 4 by 16. This will be a leg of 1,200 meters.
She's followed by Deshauna Bascom. She leads
Its
off
finish
by
line
Tiffany
is Annie Logie on lead off, followed by Track Blazers with Deshauna Bascom on the lead off leg. So it's finish line and St. David Track Blazers, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary with Tiffany Abraham on lead off leg. Is currently in third position, but on your screen we're seeing Annie Logie of finish line. So this group of girls will be doing 3 laps around the track. So it's finish line, Annie Logie there on the screen. The lead off leg for Finish Line Club. That's a classic lighting finish line. SAS is in second position currently. So you're looking at event number 5. It's the first track event here today at the IMA National Relay Meet. It's a distance medley. 1,200 meters by 800 meters by 400 meters by 1,600 meters. This is the first leg. And it's Annie Logie representing Finish Line, with a somewhat comfortable lead from the rest of the field who are on track. We're now seeing Annie Logie. Remember, they're just getting ready to complete the final lap in the first leg.
Annie Logie of Classic Lighting Finish Line Sports Club. She continues to be finalist at the 2025 Carriacou Games.
So it's Annie Logie there.
She's also a part of the gold medal winning singles conference in Jordan's 4x4 intercore relay team.
Classic Lighting Finish Line. Enjoying quite a comfortable lead there from the rest of the field. SAS also in the picture there in second position. Deshauna Bascom of St. David Track Blazers. She's in third position, but on screen it's Annie Logie of Finish Line. So it's quite a comfortable lead for Finish Line in Annie Logie in the lead-off leg. In the girls' distance medley, 12 by 8 by 4 by 16 open.
So down she comes to complete the first leg. Annie Logie Classic Lighting Finish Line Sports Club.
So on the home straightaway, just getting ready to hand over. That's Finish Line's Annie Logie. First hand over.
Finish Line Sports Club. That's Soraya Phillip.
And she has handed on to Soraya Phillip. Completing 800 meters, Soraya Phillip. That's the second leg will be that of 800 meters. SAS is now going to hand over, and Gavia Walker of SAS is going to do the 800 meter part of this race. So it's Finish Line, Soraya Phillip doing the second leg, which is 800 meters for Classic Lighting Finish Line. St. David Track Blazers has just made the handover, but still on your screen it's Soraya Phillip representing Finish Line, your leader.
That's the bell. Soraya Phillip of Classic Lighting Finish Line Sports Club. She's into her final lap on leg number 2.
Finish Line it is in the lead here. in the girls' distance medley relay, 12 by 8 by 4 by 16. St. David Track Blazers on the screen now, currently in third position. So it's finish line. SAS, Gavia Walker in second position. So this is the final leg of, or the final round of the second leg. We still got the 400 meter leg and the 1600 meter leg to come. This is the girls' distance medley. It's a distance medley relay.
Girls distance medley open. Getting set for leg number 3 is classic lighting finish line sports club continuing to.
So we're getting ready for leg number 3. 400 meters.
Handover complete. There is the leg number 3. So 400 meter leg. 1 lap around the track. She's going to push right.
Kiana Alexander. Here comes Gavia Walker of SAS. Getting ready to make that handover. Second position currently. As she hands over. We have a strong run here from finish line. She's going to, or she's about to lap the track blazer athlete, who is still completing her 800 meter portion of the race, but completing a 400 meter part of the race finish line as she hands over to the final leg for finish line. 1600 meters. Looks like Peaches Panchu running there for SAS. Your leader currently, finish line, classic lighting finish line. In the red and black. On screen, St. David's Track Blazers. Currently in third position. But this is the distance medley relay. It's a combination of pretty grueling distances, 1200 meters by 800 meters, 400 meters slightly shorter, and then we end with the 1600 meters. So it's Kiana Alexander of finish line on your screen. Kiana Alexander it is, who is going to complete the 1600 meters. She is currently in the lead, representing classic lighting finish line. That's your leader, your current leader. Kiana Alexander, finish line. So we're into the final leg for the girls' distance medley relay. We see St. David's Track Blazers on screen. Track Blazers been represented today by Tishona Bascom, Alian Gidari, Shaquanda Paul, and Jordan Collins. Holding up the bronze medal spot currently, St. David's Track Blazers. It's classic lighting finish line in the lead. In second position will St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Tiffany Abraham, Kelana Modest.
Girls, distance medley open.
It's Ali and Gedari of St. David's Track Blazers. And it's SAS in second position currently. So we're in the final leg of the girls distance medley open, event number 5. Gidari in third position from Track Blazers on your screen currently. So we had Classic Light in finish line in first position, SAS in second position, and now Alien Gidari of Track Blazers currently in third and will hold on to take the bronze medal in this event. It's the 1600 meter leg of the girls distance medley. And coming down the home straight away, we see St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. So the final lap is coming up, finish line in the lead.
So 120 meters ahead of the athlete comes in and secondary, Tiffany Abraham. St. David's Track Blazers trailing in third. Runners athletics 4. St. Joseph's Convent Grenville in 5. As they get closer to the final lap.
So it's the final lap for finish line.
You welcome the sound of the bell. Tiffany Abraham of SAS. Final lap.
Soraya Phillip of finish line, going down the back stretch for the final time, and with our sights on the athletes at the back of the field there as she runs past them.
Around she comes for her final kick. Alexander.
It's Alexander, Kiana Alexander of finish line. She's going to take it home. She's going to win the first relay here today. The winner, finish line, Classic Light and finish line, wins the gold medal here. And running there for silver, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary.
Finish line is supposed to have officially 13 minutes, 14.4 seconds. Successfully defending the gold medal.
So getting ready to take the final turn and head into the home stretch.
Remember that 10 up 9 for medals, the vying for prize monies to go towards the club. At this 2026 IMA Grenada National Relay.
Representing SAS.
Now she comes for her final kick. Tiffany Abraham, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary.
Tiffany Abraham
She's going to
taking it
push all
home.
the way to the line. Having run 4 laps on the track. She's going to finish her confidently.
Tiffany Abraham crosses the line now, second position for the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary.
St. David's Track Blazers, they're up next.
And St. David's Track Blazers should be in the third position. We're seeing St. Joseph's Convent on screen.
St. David's Track Blazers, Ali and Grenada, she's coming on down. Abraham, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, she's coming on down.
Ali and Gidari, York St. David's Track Blazers in their bronze medal position.
First event on the track.
The top 3 finishers.
Open.
Classic Light and finish line. First position. SAS, second position. And Track Blazers, third. These are your medalists.
Indonesia to say, anchors for our team, runners athletics, to complete the first event.
There we have it, event number 1 on the track. Overall, event number 5. And repeating from last year, 2025, in the girls' medley distance. It's classic lightning finish line with a time of 3 minutes 14.43 seconds. Some distance from the second place finisher here with 14 minutes 18.88 seconds. So it's a rather spirited run there from classic lightning finish line. And a repeat of their gold medal run of 2025.
Boys, this is Medley, 12 by 8 by 4 by 16. So here goes.
So Bernard, we're getting set for the second event on the track. The boys are there, they're ready, they're on their starters, and there they go. That's the event number 6, the boys discus medley. It's a 12 by 8 by 4 by 16, similar to what the girls just ran. But we saw a very good race of the girls. Bernard, Annie Logie really setting a good pace here for finish line, and they maintain that momentum right through.
Yes, in fact, I think the race was won from the very first leg. She finished it easily about 600 meters from the second place runner in that first leg.
Well, we're hoping that the boys can be more competitive, as we maybe expect them to. We saw laps, some athletes been lapped in the first medley event, but some very familiar faces in this second event on the track, the boys medley event.
Yeah, one would imagine that this should be a little bit more competitive than the first event. This is the boys' version of the medley.
So in this race, we would have GBSS, McDonald College, Fusion Athletics, SAS, Classic Lighting Finish Line, Runners Athletics Club, ACE, Track Blazers there as well, and Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars. These are the clubs that are scheduled to compete in the boys' distance medley, 12 by 8 by 4 by 16. So we see ACE, and it looks like Finish Line are the two clubs that are going stride for stride in the early lead in this one. This is a 1,200 meter leg. And the challenge is on between those two competitors.
McDonald College started in this one.
So Fusion with a slight lead over ACE. And that looks like
that's Mitchell, Adriel Mitchell.
Yeah, that's Adriel Mitchell, who is a distance runner. Actually, the PBC record holder for the 1,500 meters and the 800 meters. And a national athlete as well. He's expected to bring it home first on this leg. But keeping a good challenge is the athlete from ACE.
That's Devontae Hilaire.
And then the rest of the field really challenging for a third spot on the first leg. But Adrian Mitchell with maybe a good 15 to 20 meters lead over the athlete from ACE. And it's just the second event on the track, Bernard, and it's just setting the stage for maybe some very exciting relays again to come later on today.
Already you can see the competition is building, and one would imagine as time goes on in this meet, the competition will become even more intense. But as it is now, it's Adriel Mitchell from Fusion that's taking the lead here, followed by a sub 20 meters behind the athletes from ace.
So Adriel Mitchell has delivered on his promise here. He's expected to be one of the stronger athletes in this field, in this 1200 meters. As the baton is handed over here now, and Fusion continues to lead. The lead has actually been extended maybe almost 100 meters now. It looks like about 90 meters over Ace. And we know Ace has quite a number of good athletes, but that lead by Fusion here may be unsurmountable at this point in time. And let's see how they would respond to this very strong start by Fusion Athletics Club. And for Fusion, I think it is Taj Thomas.
It is Taj Thomas.
Yeah, that's Taj Thomas there for Fusion. The lead has been shortened now. The athlete from Ace has really gained significant ground on the athlete from Fusion. It was almost 100 meters when the baton was exchanged. But on this 800 meter leg, it is much, much closer. They still have maybe another 350 to go. That's Fusion. And it's a sizable lead nonetheless. A chase back, bundled together, but that's your leader there, Taj Thomas of Fusion Athletics. Looks very comfortable indeed on this 800 meter split. As we see now the lead just maybe about 80 meters. And I'm sure he has a kick in him still when he gets to the 200 meter mark just about now. But look, there's going to be an interesting development in second and third as I see the athlete moving up on the athlete from Ace Track Club. Ace now is relegated to third, but I'm going to bring the batter home first. On this is second leg. It is still the athlete from Fusion, that's Taj Thomas. That's your second place runner here now in this medley relay. So it's almost 100 meters lead that Fusion has. And there goes Fusion again. They're not going to be letting up at all. He's out with a blast of speed on this 400 meter leg. As the second handover goes again. South City Rising Stars, that's in the second position. But Fusion is up front, and then we have Ace in third position. That's the leader of the event here from Fusion. And he has a commanding lead on this one. We were expecting maybe a closer and more competitive one, but nonetheless, it is Fusion that continues to lead comfortably. The field really spread out here as some of the athletes continue. Antoine Blackett continues to lead for Fusion. That's the leader here, Antoine Blackett. And but we know Blackett from yesteryear. He has been a perennial athlete here at the National Stadium. And very comfortable on this leg as well.
Yes, he has always accounted very well for himself. And he continues to do so in this event there.
It's going to take a lot of effort to catch Blackett here with almost 100 meters lead over South City Rising Stars. Ace is in third. And the real battle, I think, would be for second, third, and fourth. Because I think it's going to take a lot to catch Antoine Blackett here. Ace moving into second position now. And that looks like Daniel Douglas for Ace. Is it Dan? No, that's Keith Charles, actually. Keith Charles is the one running there for Ace, student of the Grenada Christian Academy. He's currently in second position there, that's him there. And then we have Tyrone Jacob for South City Rising Stars. He's in the third position. But Antoine Blackett continues to lead for Fusion Athletics. Looks very comfortable indeed on this 1200 meters, on this 1600 meter split, the final leg of this medley distance relay for the boys. So this is a very tactical race, Bernard. It has endurance, it has speed because there's a 400 meter split, and it has you ought to have some good strategy and technique as well for this event in terms of how the coaches would assign the athletes for a distance medley like this one.
Yes, and what you're seeing here is that the athletes are actually running legs that they are comfortable with. Almost a specialist. Antoine Blackett, for example, he's a 1500 meter runner, so he's quite comfortable in the leg that he's running there.
Even Adriel Mitchell, who's also a 1500 meter runner, he started the event for Fusion. So they have a very balanced team, I would think. That's Tyrone Jacob here now for South City Rising Stars, moving into the second position. He's a long distance runner as well, the 3,000, the 5,000, the 1,500 meters. We know Tyrone Jacob from yesterday competing here for GBSS, now with South City Rising Stars. That's our leader here now, Antoine Blackett of Fusion Athletics Club. Trademark headband. Looking very comfortable indeed. No challenge whatsoever around him.
No challenge whatsoever. It's a good 400 meters to lead quite easily.
And it's just a jog in the park maybe for Antoine Blackett. Tyrone Jacob here have a lot of work for him to do. Keith Charles struggling a little bit now in third position. Some 9 minutes, 50 seconds gone on the clock. And Antoine Blackett continues to lead and to look good. So Blackett has just about 250 meters to head to the finish line. And from the looks of it, he's going to be running against the clock. I know he still has a lot in him, but there's going to be a kick at some point in time from Blackett. He has his sight on an athlete in front of him that he's gauging, maybe to lap and maybe to give him some momentum going into the finish line as well. I'm sure Blackett is going to gauge himself on the athlete in front of him who he's going to lap. And there goes the lap now. Just about now, he has just lapped an athlete here. That's Blackett entering into the home straight now with his eyes on the finish line and pumping hard. The knees are going up, the arms are flowing nicely. Antoine Blackett is going to bring some glory here for Fusion Athletics to win the first event on the track for the boys. Antoine Blackett of Fusion Athletics. A good run indeed from the athletes from Fusion Athletics.
Yeah, I thought it was quite balanced.
As we look at a race here now for third and fourth between what looks like Ace Track Club. So Tyrone Jacob. So the real race here now is for third and fourth between these two athletes. That's Keith Charles of Ace Track Club and the competitor from the GBSS. So Keith Charles will take the bronze for Ace Track Club. GBSS would have to settle for the fourth position. As you see, 473 MVP is also there, so to his track blazers. Here is Sass. Top three here being Fusion Athletics, South City Rising Stars, and Ace Track Club.
They're going to be very, very competitive in the minor positions. Runaway winner, Fusion, quite easily. A race would have been won almost in the first leg, sort of assimilating what would have happened with the girls' version on the track with this distance medley.
So the first two events won at runaway winners quite easily. We saw finish line in the first one with a good combination of athletes, and now we see Fusion Athletics similarly, a good combination of athletes, strategically positioned athletes as well, and easily runaway winners in those two events.
Yes, and from Runners Athletic Club, the last athlete on the track is completing his leg of the run. It's always a good thing to finish, and he's doing just that.
There
That's
goes
Alex James.
So, Bernard, we're well on the way of the IMA 2026 National Relay Meet. As we see, the official results are going to come up shortly. And, you know, track and field is always a big thing here in Grenada. And I'm sure the fans, as we see them here now, are anticipating a lot of excitement here today, Bernard. And over the years, the relay meet have lived up to expectations and have delivered a great product for the track and field fans.
Absolutely, and I would imagine in another hour and a half, these stands will be rocking.
Well, Bernard, it was scheduled to start at 3 p.m. and there were persons already here at 2 p.m.
And that's the spirit.
And that shows you the anticipation and the appetite that people have for track and field here in Grenada.
And in particular, the relays from yesteryear to now always been very well supported, these national relays.
So by the time we get down to the sprint relays, and of course the famous 4x400 meter relay, Bernard, we know what's going to happen.
Yes. We have a little segue here now on the field event. We're looking at the high jump open boys. As soon as we have it, we'll give you an idea of what the distance is.
So the bar is set at 1.80 meters. An attempt here by finish line, not a good one. Also in progress, we have the long jump going on. We have the likes of Christophe Caliste and others competing in the long jump. Christophe Caliste is a carriacou gold medalist at the under 17 level in the triple jump.
Yeah, the high jump that we are looking at here, we have some 6 club jumps under here with 17 athletes that would have started this event.
So the high jump is open for the boys in the under 17 category. So it's an open event, so we have 17 competitors scheduled, but it seems as though it's a much reduced field that we have there.
At 1.80, it's a competitive height we have now.
And so one of the favorites, I've not seen him yet, Bernard, but Telesford out of the PBC.
Yes,
broke the record at PBC Sports.
He did.
Josh Telesford was also a national athlete and represented Grenada at carriacou last year. Yes, there I see Josh in the background. Josh would have his eyes on this event for sure.
In fact, I think Telesford would have been one of the names that would have been circled to do well at carriacou later this year.
Absolutely. I'm looking to see if Smith is also on the list here. Yes, DeAndre Smith is also on the list, and he's competing for Classic Lighting Boca Secondary, athlete from SAS, going over very comfortably indeed. So Joshua Telesford and DeAndre Smith may be the 2 favorites for the high jump, but I'm sure the others would want to challenge them today. Timothy Greenidge, also of Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars. He has a personal best of 2.03 meters, Bernard, and himself and Josh would have a real battle for that gold medal, or that, not gold medal today, but that first prize money that has been offered by IMA. So unlike other events, Bernard, where the winners get medals today, the IMA have invested quite a handsome sum of money that will be presented to the winners of the events.
All for the growth of the sport, and one must take their hats off to IMA, the continued support for track and field in Grenada. So the bar is still at 1.80 meters.
Failed attempt here by one of the competitors from GBSS. Nice clearance here from 473 MPP it is. So Bernard, it's maybe the middle of the track and field season for some of these secondary school students. Most of them would have already competed in their secondary school sports. And it's always an interesting development, an interesting conversation as to how the coaches prepare these athletes and when they should pick for, when should be the peak period, because obviously they wanted to go to their school sports. We have the national championships coming up soon. We have intercall, we have carriacou. And so it's a real challenge for these coaches now to have a nice peak season that these athletes would perform at their best for maybe the longest period of time.
Yes, it's all a matter of what the priorities are. One would imagine with carriacou being hosted here this year, that would be a big target for the coaches. Get some people qualified to make the national team. Bragging rights, it's all about the intercall games, that is as big as it gets.
Well, it is the biggest track and field, or maybe the biggest sporting event on the calendar for Grenada. I'm not sure how this IMA relay meet would measure with it. Maybe second best, maybe national championships in terms of track and field. But yesterday, the national relay meet has always been an event well attended, much anticipated, and this year is just the same. Technical flaw here from the athlete from GBSS. Let's hope he's not too seriously injured.
It seems as though he was in two minds whether he should actually make the jump, complete the jump, or he should turn around. And in the end, he did neither. And so he had an awkward fall.
For those of you who are awaiting the events on the track, based on the schedule we have here, the next event on the track would be for the under 9 category, and they're going to have a mixed 8x50 meter relay. So we're going to have both boys and girls in that 8x50 meter relay for the under 9 category, and then we will move into the 4x100 meter relay for the under 11 category. So for the under 9, it's just going to be one flight, so it's going to be a straight finals, and then they're going to be 2 flights for the 4x1 meter under 11, and they're going to be 2 final events, so there'll be timed finals, and so the club with the fastest time over the 2 flights will be judged as the winner of that event.
We just witnessed another failed attempt. He had a height in this one, but on his way down, he stepped the bar. Had been adjusted upward, and feed had dwindled to just a few standing. You're not missing any action on the track as the next event is being readied, and so we continue to witness the high jump for boys. It's an open event. The new height of 1.85 meters. 1.85 meters is the new height.
Just to let the viewers know that when this event was held last year, Timothy Greenwich, who competed for Ace Track Club last year, he won that event 1.95. He has a season best or a personal best of 2.03. DeAndre Smith, who is also in the lineup here, he placed second last year with 1.95 as well. And Aiden Daniel, our finish line, was third. So Joshua Telesford placed 7th last year
Good clearance there from Kid Harry of South City Rising Stars. Classic Lightning South City Rising Stars, the first time clearance.
We have another competitor here from South City Rising Stars. Another shaved clearance. It seems as they have perfected the art of clipping the bar and getting it to stay up, Bernard.
Well, somebody once declared, as long as the bar is up, it doesn't matter how many rock and shake it has. As long as the bar stays up, that's okay. And here's that athlete now from Fusion. So 2 good first-time clearances there. The athlete from Fusion, he's up next.
That's actually Joshua Telesford Bernard.
Mr. Favorite himself.
Carifta athlete. One of the favorites for this event this year. A very disappointing effort here, I would think. He'll be mad with himself.
Yep, and interestingly enough, the clipping was not even on the way down, it was on the way up.
Let's hope that this early fault here does not come back to haunt him.
There's always a pressure favorite. Once you get a tag or favorite, the pressure is there. On your screen now, you see there in preparation for the next event on the track. It's the boys. Boys distant medley. Well, it's the mixed 8 by 50 meters on the 9. Those are the young people in the track they know it. On the 9s, mixed relays, 50 meters. This is always exciting.
Oh, yes.
Well,
on the 9s, right.
So we have the MVP. We should also have Community Club. That looks at carriacou Community Club. We should also see Runners Athletics Club, South St. George Government School, and the Sprinters Athletics Club. These are the clubs that will be competing in the under 9 category.
I tell you something, Leslie. There's a bit of an excitement against carriacou is here. Even though they are represented by the under 9s, this is an interesting representation here. Because we like to see the young people from the Sister Isles come and distinguish themselves, and certainly in this under 9 event, it's always exciting. It doesn't matter who win. It's how they win that is always the excitement.
Well, we can already see the excitement on the track even before they get to their lanes and to their positions. There is a fair amount of excitement amongst them already, Bernard.
It's one of the beautiful races, and that category of runners. Who is waiting for whose friend and who doesn't want to overtake? It's
what we also see happening, sometimes they bring the baton to an opposing team member. And it creates a lot of excitement for the fans as well.
That really is the beauty of track and field. You start like this. This is the under 9, and you stick with it. The rewards are usually great. You're not missing any action on the track. As you said, we are preparing for the next event number 7, and it's the mixed relay, 8 by 50 meters. Here's a shot at Mr. Joshua.
Another field attempt by Joshua. Something seems to be off for Joshua today, Bernard.
Yes, there's only one more. Got one more crack at this.
Well, he may choose not to take the third jump here and go after another height. But it's up to Joshua here to decide. It seems as though he would continue at this height. Still has one more attempt. He had 2 failed attempts so far.
And this is Woodruff. It's also his second attempt. And another failed attempt. The young man from Fusion making a meal of this.
The bar is now set at 1.85 meters. And just to let you know that last year when Joshua placed 7th, Joshua would have cleared a height of 1.70 meters. As we see an attempt here by a finish line, a good clearance by finish line. And there they are, Bonner, the under 9s getting ready to do their thing on the track.
I have a master. This is one of my favorite events.
I'm sure these youngsters have brought in hundreds to the stadium here today. The parents, the grandparents, the guardians, the godparents, the aunts, the uncles, you know, the brothers and sisters. I'm sure they have brought in hundreds here at the stadium today.
Oh yes, this is always a favorite. This is always a
As we said, we should see MVP, we should see Carriacou Combined Club, Runners Athletics Club, South St. George Government School, and Sprinters Athletics Club. Not too sure if Carriacou is here, Bernard. I'm looking to see if I pick them up on the screen. Definitely I see Springs Government School. I see MVP as well. I see Sprinters.
We have 5 teams. That's a bigger track we're missing. What you're witnessing on the screen there, the young men who are preparing for the javelin. The young men for the javelin, that's the boys under 17 javelin. That should get on the way momentarily. Following right on the heels of the girls javelin under 17. We'll give you those results shortly. Javelin, as you know, has become, well, somebody would say it has always been, but certainly one of our distinguished events that highlight our country, Grenada, here in the likes of Anderson Phillip, has the first thrower on screen.
So if we want to talk a little bit about the javelin, but this is one of the areas where Grenada has maybe copped the most medals at character as well. And it dates back to a lot of years ago, the likes of Akim Fullerton or Cullen Peters, Selwyn Smith, who had maybe 4 or 5 gold medals at character in the javelin. And then in more recent times, we've had the Anderson Peters and others who have medaled in that event. And even on the international scene as well, Grenada continues to excel at the javelin. So the javelin and the 400 meters, I think, are the 2 favorite or famous events that Grenada is internationally known for in the track and field arena.
And so it's a good thing that it can take some center stage here for signature events worldwide.
And we cannot leave out the likes.
An opportunity.
Sorry, but we cannot leave out the likes of a Trevor Modeste.
Trevor Modeste,
who was like the trailblazer for Grenada with the javelin.
Yes, he was. He was. Trevor Modeste.
And then if you go even further back to Eros Rapier, who had the national record for a lot of years before I think Trevor eventually broke that record.
So the young men under 17, javelin, it has become one of the highlight events. Any sport meet in Grenada here. Here we go. Second competitor on the screen here.
Well, that would have been a pretty decent throw, but not had it been within the perimeter of the javelin arena. So once he gets his direction good, I think that would be a throw that could be in contention for a position. Looks pretty decent. The aerodynamics was good. It's just that the direction was bad.
What you're looking at here is a good panoramic view of the Dr. Grenada National Athletic Stadium. And this is capital city St. George. For those of you online and have not yet visited Grenada, this is where we are situated.
A pretty decent throw as well from the competitor from GBSS.
You're not missing anything on the track. They're still ready in the under nines. One must appreciate this. There's some effort to get these young people ready for an event like this, but seems to be on the set now. So we should be there shortly. There is another athlete in the javelin, confusion.
So we have Xavier Thomas here registered for Fusion for this event. And 17 athletes registered for the under 17 boys javelin. The action still continues in the high jump, as we see St. David's Track Blazers on the runway now for the javelin.
That's Telespot. That's Cassie Telespot. Very next to 40 meters. In fact, it was 47.48 meters that we did from St. David's Track Blazers.
Well, he's currently in the lead, Bernard, with 47.48.
47.48. Not a bad throw. In fact, it's a good throw. This is under 17, the age group that you're talking to here.
So I don't know if you can pick it up or not, but there's a lot of drumming going on downstairs on the stands. So the fans are here with their musical instruments.
Maybe one might say in preparation for the drum corps. There's Bernstein here with us, and he's probably have his team getting ready for the drum corps. And so is John.
So we know the IMA has added a lot of new attractions to this event, and I think the drum corps that we hear in the rhythm section that we hear in there is one that they have brought in to really stimulate and to get the crowd even more excited. So there's going to be action on the track, there's going to be action in the stands. It's an atmosphere that you really wouldn't want to miss, or once you're here, you're guaranteed to have some fun.
Yeah, that's become one of the features of the second track and field. With drumming and Mac Bass.
Well, the youngsters are on the track now, Bernard. They're getting ready for the 8x50 meters in the under 9 category. It's a mixed event as well, so we have a combination of male and female youngsters.
Here we go. Sit back and be entertained, ladies and gentlemen. It's the 4x50 meters mixed relay. We have 6 teams registered here, MPP community.
So Sprinters Athletics Club are the defending champions in this event. They're running out of lane 6. And they're coached by Shotbury. We know him more maybe in the Groovy and Soca arena. But Sprinters, the athletes from Sprinters have been coached by Shotbury, Fimba Andrew Shotbury. And most of them come from, I think, the Crowshoe RC School, and some from the St. Andrews Methodist School as well. So it's a combination of athletes from different schools making up the Sprinters Athletics Club. But they are the defending champions. I recall last year, Bernard, they gave a good account of themselves. They won quite a number of races, especially in that category, under 9 and the under 11 categories. So let's see what they're going to bring on show this year. They're running out of lane 6, the defending champions.
A quick short just now from an athlete there from SAS. There was some excitement with his throw. We didn't get a distance, but that was Dishon Smart.
Well, I can tell you, Dishon Smart established a new record at Intercol last year in the sub-junior boys javelin, and this year he actually broke the record in the junior boys at SAS. So we expect a very decent throw from him, and maybe what you just saw, what we've just seen there, was just his first attempt to establish himself in the event.
One of the makings of very, very, very competitive track and field season here. The youngsters are getting ready. They're all set, batter in hand, and it's a mixed relay, but we are starting with the young boys. On the 9, mixed 50 meters, 8 by 50 meters.
I think we are just as eager as the youngsters to get this one going, Bernard. They're there, they're ready to run. They came here. They have a big fan base here as well. They already have a big fan base online as well, Bernard. I'm sure the viewers are looking on at these youngsters on the 9 category. Maybe it's the first time for some of them at the National Stadium as well. So it's a moment for these youngsters as they get ready for the 8 by 50 meter relay, mixed relay.
It really does augur well for track and field. Competitors today, and eventually teammates. This is the language that's spoken in these competitions. By the time you get a curriculum, it's all about Team Grenada.
So we actually have 8 legs, Bernard, of this event. We're so used to 4 legs. But each of these athletes will be doing a 50-meter run.
Very creative. They organizers to get as many of these young people involved as possible. Just 50 meters, 8 legs. It's very, very creative.
So Carriacou is here in lane 3. MVP is actually in lane 2. Runners Athletics Club in 4. In 5 is the South St. George Government School, Spring School as we call them. Sprinters Athletics Club in 6, and in 7 is the Classic Lighting. Finish line.
As a club, finish line, they have a good crop of young children that train regularly with them. So one would expect finish line to give a good account for themselves there today. They're usually in canteen and so forth, training quite regularly, these youngsters. What I can tell you is that the new height in the high jump is now at 1 meter, 1.90 meters, 1.90 meters, beyond status orders.
It's the start of the 8 by 50 meters in the under 9 mixed category. And it's kind of early to call this one. First handover made here by the club in lane 7. That's finish line up front here. Sprinters is giving good chase in second position. That's the female leg here. As the boys go finish line, still in the lead here. But Sprinters in the green is also giving good chase. Good run by Sprinters. South St. George is also looking good as the third handover. But it's Sprinters in the lead now in the green. Sprinters in the green, in the lead. Finish line for second, but so too is South St. George. South St. George is looking very good, but there goes Sprinters Athletics Club in the green. South St. George in second. Sprinters continue to lead. South St. George looking good on this leg here. Eating up some ground is South St. George and moves into lead now is South St. George. Hands over first is South St. George Springs. They cross into the lanes here. But it's a battle between Sprinters and South St. George just about the same time. There they go, battling down for the finish line now. It is Sprinters with a slight lead over South St. George. Here comes South St. George on the inside. South St. George is going to win it. She does so now. The excitement, Bernard, exchanging the lead for several legs, and then in the end, it was a powerful run by South St. George.
There was no disappointment in the excitement. Absolutely no disappointment here. Very, very, very competitive. We had about 2 or 3 lead changes.
But Sprinters gave very, very good challenge here on the penultimate leg. They were in the lead, but a good run back by South St. George, Bernard. We're going to see it again, but we're looking at the rhythm section. The official results now, South St. George, Government School, Spring School as we call them. Sprinters in second, Classic Light in finish line. In third, MVP in fourth, carriacou combined fifth, and runners in sixth position.
Here is a replay here, and this is where things got really, really exciting here. Very close, very, very close. Got the battle almost at the same time, but there was a little bit more in the tank for the athlete there from the Springs or the South St. George, and she just nipped her at the line. Absolutely. These young people, there were no standing to get a batter there and so forth. There seems to be some good coaching that would have taken place there with these young people, and it's something that one really have to be proud of.
Well, the action continues here at the IMA National Relay Meet. It's the second time that the IMA is sponsoring this event, and they've invested quite a lot. The athletes are actually running for prize monies, and so the clubs will live here a lot richer today, Bernard.
They should. Well, the next event on the track is event number 8. That's another mixed event, and that's the 4x100 meters under 11. 4x100 meters under 11.
So we have 5 clubs competing in this event. We have Southern Pros, Classic Light and Finish Line, Classic Light in South City Rising Stars, Classic Light in South St. George Government School, and St. David's Track Blazers.
So it is a mixed event, 4x100 meters.
So there are going to be 2 flights for this event, Bernard. This is flight 1 of 2. And the fastest times would emerge as the overall winners.
So overall 10 teams are listed to participate in this event here. And the youngsters have been exposed at the highest level.
The high jump is still in progress to Bernard. Josh will tell us what, it's still in the run-ins. The bar is now at 2 meters. But we go back trackside to look at the 4x100 meters mixed relay for the under 11 category. We have Southern Pros, Finish Line, South City Rising Stars, Springs Government School, and St. David's Track Blazers. But Track Blazers is not here. South St. George Government School seems to have a slight lead over Finish Line. They hand over first now. But here comes Finish Line with a very good and a strong run. So too is South City Rising Stars. South City Rising Stars making up the stagger nice on South St. George Government School. And also, well, it is South City Rising Stars in the lead here now. Running on the inside is Finish Line and looking good too in lane 3. But it is South City Rising Stars in the lead on the final hand over here. South City Rising Stars, but a good run here by Finish Line. The young man from finish line is eating up good track and moves into the lead now. Springs Government School is also making some good grounds, but it is finish line with a very strong final leg and a powerful win. South St. George Government School picks up the second position, and South City Rising Stars had to settle for third.
And that really is the beauty of mixed relays. You might be leading at one time, and there's always room to make up the difference. And in fact, that was so in this one. Once again, you want to have to make the comment that the young people and their battle passing speaks to some good coaching somewhere.
Well, a very, very impressive run here by South City Rising Stars. Gianni Thomas on the final leg. Gianni Thomas must have gotten the batter in third position, but infringing on the line a little bit there is Gianni Thomas. But he really eats up the track here, Bernard, and went past the two athletes, Gianni Thomas, off the finish line here. Maybe one to look for in the future as well.
One to look for in the future. He had it under control. He would have caught that athlete there with about 50 meters to go. We're getting ready for the second flight. It's the mixed 4x100 meters on the 11. Flight number 2.
So we will see Momentum Track Club. Momentum, as we understand, they're out of the St. Mark's area. We're also going to see Carriacou Community Club, McDonald College, Rising Stars, and Sprinters. These are the clubs that are listed here to participate in Flight 2 of 2 of the 4x100 meter relay on the 11 mixed.
Well, I can tell you, if you have a reduced field, it's just 4 clubs on the track now.
So we have Momentum in 2. In 3, we have Carriacou Community Club. In 5, Rising Stars. And in 6, we have Sprinters.
We just got a peak there from the high jump. It's the height, the new height now is 2 meters.
It's 2 meters, and Joshua Telesford is still there. Remember, we indicated that Joshua Telesford is a national athlete, bronze medal at Carifta in the under-17 category last year in Trinidad and Tobago. As we go back trackside now for the mixed 4x100 meters relay, second flight of 2. They're up and running, and there's 4 clubs competing here now. We have Sprinters in the green up ahead, but making up the stagger nicely is Momentum out of Victoria in lane 2. Momentum maybe with the first handover here. There they go down the back straight. Sprinters, Momentum, Rising Stars in the red. But Momentum is looking good on the inside. So too is Sprinters up front. Momentum handing over first here on the inside in lane 2. Momentum looking good, pumping the legs high, moves into the lead now over Sprinters. It is Momentum Track Club. And they make the final handover now. Momentum, they have a female on the last leg, and she's moving swiftly down the home straight. It's going to take a lot of effort to catch her. She's looking smooth like butter moving down the home straight. Sprinters is trying to give good challenge, but there is not enough time, not enough space. Momentum it is, followed by Sprinters to pick up the second position. And then we have Rising Stars in third position.
For one so young, again, you must commend the battle passing.
Nadiria Philbert anchoring for her club and bringing home the bacon, so to speak, to bring victory to Momentum Club.
Very good run indeed.
1 minute, 0.25 seconds, the winning time for Momentum. And there we see young Philip, Nadira Philip, receiving the batter, slowing down a little bit to settle it in her hands. And then she was off in a flash and really separating herself from the rest of the field. Yeah, Nadira Philbert winning here for Momentum Track Club.
So we do have an update for you. The last race that we would have witnessed, finish line did cross the finish line first, where they were DQ'd. A pattern or pattern passing infringement.
Well, I think it was even more than that. There was a lane infringement, it seems to, because we saw it on the replay.
That you're going to hear from this side here would be John.
Well, that was Joshua Telesfor there going after 2.0 meters. We saw him with some early mishaps, throwing on the rod on 2 occasions, but seems to be the only contender. Joshua Telesford did a 1.90 for the year so far. And if he clears a 2.0, that will be a personal best for him. So, John, welcome. And we expect to see a lot of great performances today. We're hoping that Joshua can really clear 2.0 and stake a good claim for a Carifta selection as well.
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to you, Leslie. It's good to be here. It's good to be at the National Stadium for the IMA relay meets. Certainly, Telesford looking to maybe go one better. Still early days in terms of his season.
Well, if you look to the far of the shot, you will see Telesford there. He has his last attempt at 2.0 meters. In the meantime, the competitors for event number 9, the 4x200 meters relay for under 13, they're on the track already. It's another mixed relay. Each leg is 200 meters. And we should see here 2 flights. The first flight would have Classic Light in South City, Runners Athletics Club, Classic Light in South St. George Government School, Momentum is also there, McDonald College, and the Sprinters Athletics Club. So just waiting for the officials to give them the go-ahead. In the meantime, we will try to see if we can update you on what happens in the high jump. But it's Joshua Telesford, who is there trying to do a personal best of 2.0 meters. But John, it's good to see the youngsters getting their fair opportunity at the National Stadium in some non-traditional events as well, a 4x200 meters. We saw a 8x50 meters as well. Even the first 2 events on the day, the mixed medley distance relay, 12x8x4x16, all to add to the diversity of the games and to create some additional interest as well.
Yeah, quite rightly so, Leslie. It's about giving all the athletes an opportunity to showcase. You think about a 1500 meter athlete not really competing in a relay. He will compete in the 1500, but to be a part of a team and know that your team is looking at you to really do a good job in your specific event, it does give you that sort of momentum. It gives you that, you know, that quality that says, hey, I can do this.
Absolutely. The under 13s are on the track and getting ready for the event.
So the high jump is completed now. We had a failed attempt from Joshua Telesford at 2.0 meters. And although he had some early difficulties or challenges, still coming back and winning the event, Joshua Telesford.
Yeah, again, he continues to show that he has the jumping pedigree. One will want him to, look at this meet, maybe assess it to what he has done so far, look at the technical competencies that, he may need to focus in on and look to improve by the time Carifta comes around. So the 4x200 on the 13. Again, a race that we can look forward to.
So the crowd is building up nicely to John. We still have a lot of events to go. We have on schedule here 33 scheduled events, and some of these events have 2 flights. So you can very well imagine the total number of events in excess of 50. And included in that, we have some field events as well. The javelin is going on. The high jump has just been completed. Long jump was on earlier on as well. So those of you who are within the vicinity of the National Stadium, the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, you still have a lot of time to come on down and enjoy some great track and field action. We know you're enjoying the viewing at home. You get the benefit of the replays and everything and the analysis, but nothing beats being in the arena and being up close and personal and enjoying the electrifying atmosphere as well, John, that happens here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, certainly you look at the new initiative that is the rhythm section. So it does add some value, it adds some vibes to the entire relay meet. And I mean, we know that relays are always exciting. The fact that you have to get that baton around in a timely manner, as efficient as possible. And so it just adds that bit of excitement. And I've heard the atmosphere as I came in, even before the events really started, the rhythm section was going. So that's good.
And what is also important, John, is that these events are a prelude, or it gives you an insight as to what would happen later on in the season. We have the National Primary School Games coming up. You see South St. George Government School here. I'm sure there are a lot of other athletes from the primary schools that are here, from Sprinters Club and others, Momentum as well. And then we have the secondary school athletes, the Intercall, the mother of all track and field in Grenada, maybe the Southern Caribbean, if you want to call it that. And so the athletes are gauging themselves as well. As John, we see the athletes are called off the track. I'm not sure what the issue is, but we're going to have a little pause in what's happening on the track. There seems to be some issue that we will try to update the viewers on. But just to come back to say that I'm sure a lot of the coaches and athletes are using this as a warm-up, as a, to gauge what the others are. It's unfortunate that all the schools are not competing as a unit, but there are some schools that would use this as a trial run to assess themselves and to look at the positioning and the battle transition and everything else that the coaches are looking for.
Quite agree with you, Leslie. So we will be with you shortly. We just need to take a quick commercial break, and then we'll get back into that discussion a little bit later.
In Grenada, sports aren't just a game, they're a way of life. They teach discipline, teamwork, and resilience. They inspire the next generation to push boundaries and chase excellence. That's why the Investment Migration Agency of Grenada is proud to support sports initiatives as part of our commitment to youth and national development. When we invest in sports programs, we invest in the future. We invest in the health and well-being of our youth, and we invest in broadening Grenada's reach, proudly connecting our athletes, our talent, and our nation to a global community. Together, we all go further. The Investment Migration Agency. Unlock the possibilities.
All right, so we are back here with you at the National Stadium, the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, as we're getting ready for the 4x200 on the 13 Mixed Relay. And as we said earlier, it's really good to see that the athletes can compete in the non-traditional events, events just designed so that everyone can be at their niche in terms of the athletics and their ability to cover the distances.
Oh yes, John, it's quite an opportunity that is given to the boys and girls to display their talents. They are much diverse in a lot of different ways, and the opportunity is created. And it's nice to see when athletes can come together and just showcase their talents and bring out the best in them, in themselves.
So we seem to have the field ready for the 4x200.
So event number 9 should be the next on track. It's a mixed 4x200 meter relay for under 13s, section 1. There are 2 sections. We have some 6 teams competing in section 1, lane 2, South City Rising Stars, lane 3 runners, in lane 4 we should have South St. George Government School, lane 5 Momentum Track and Field. McDonald College should be in lane 6, and in lane 7 sprinters.
Well, at this event last year, sprinters, they won this event. Gibbs Latu, she anchored sprinters to victory in a time of 1 minute, that's 64.63 seconds. So let's see if they can repeat.
Yes, so keep your eyes on the track. We were getting ready for the first of 2 finals. The mix 4x200 meter relay for under 13s.
Certainly some names have transitioned. We had the likes of Leah Rose Charles representing South St. George Government. They did pretty well in that same event last year. And so South St. George Government is a team that you can look forward to, putting in some good effort, some good timing. They did really well this year at the St. George's Brand Sports. They were the eventual champions. So definitely you have some youngsters here who will be showcasing the quality that they showed at the Brand Sports.
And this being like their home ground, that they're accustomed to this facility, and there'll be no jitters. They'll be out there to perform. So let's see how the others are going to line up against them.
So certainly they will get going in a while, but you want to also spare a thought for the South City Rising Stars. This is part of what they do. They train themselves. They train right here at the National Stadium at times for particular meets. They use their home base, which is in Tantine, to do their development work. But when it comes to specific events, they come over and they make sure that they get the kids acquainted. So it's really good to see what some of these clubs are doing with the young athletes.
But I'm also wondering if some of the clubs from the outer parishes do get opportunities to come to this facility to do some training. Are you aware whether they get this opportunity?
I think it's open to everyone. Never had the option where it's not you just, I think you need to get the necessary clearances, and once that is done, everyone is able to use the facility, to try and enhance what they do.
Okay, so we're here today, and for some it will be their first time on the facility, on the track at the National Stadium. However, it's an opportunity for them to put the talent to the test against boys and girls of the same age group. So it's age group competition. It doesn't matter where you are. Once you have the talent, it's going to show. So we're getting ready.
So they're on the starters orders. Here we go. 4x200. Let's see who makes up the stagger very early. It's still quite tight. They have to make 200. Out front is still Sprinters Athletics. They're looking good. And McDonald College making a good run on the outside. It's still Sprinters Athletics. Let's see who makes the first handover. Handover will be made just about now. It's McDonald College. McDonald College with a good lead and looking to really be impressive here. Here comes McDonald College. And that is Latoya Williams for McDonald College. She's looking pretty strong. But here comes Sprinters Athletics. Sprinters Athletics, Kelisha Walcott. As they are about to make the handover just about now. McDonald College still has the lead. McDonald College there in the youngster Aidan McIntosh. He has the baton. He's being chased there by Sprinters Athletics. Sprinters Athletics. Here comes Jadel Andrew. He's pushing. He's moving ahead of McIntosh. Sprinters Athletics. They will make the handover just about now. And it should be Chaya Pear anchoring Sprinters Athletics. There she goes. Chaya Pear. Here comes McDonald's College. Dion Charles. She's pushing. She's really pushing. Chaya Pear not giving up. But here comes Charles. Charles is neck and neck. They're just about side and side. Can Pear hold on? Does she have what it takes to hold on? It's going to be close. It's going to be tight. It's Chaya Pear. She takes it.
So Sprinters right at the finish here, being able to maintain and take it home. A beautiful run there from Chaya Pear of Sprinters. Been challenged by McDonald College, but she was able to endure to the end and just take that one for Sprinters. Quite a beautiful run indeed.
So the competition was on all the way through. McDonald College Sprinters Athletics, you saw the lead change. You saw that the kids, they really were determined to ensure that they brought victory to their team. As we look at Pear here, being put under pressure. She comes around the curve. She's not perturbed. She's not nervous. She's just focused. You can see that focus energy, not tying up in any in any way or form, keeping her composure. Chaya Pear, a really good composed finish to bring home the victory.
That was indeed a very interesting race. What we noticed is that we had a number of changes in the lead. It wasn't just one of the teams just maintaining that lead throughout the race, but we had changes. There was a moment when McDonald College was in the lead, then Sprinters was able to come back and get at them. And that's what we want to see, the competition changing hands, the position changing hands, and this is adding to all the excitement that we're having here at the National Stadium.
It really is adding to the excitement that we have going on. And just in case you're wondering, I know persons may question, because it's the 4x200, the athletes are allowed to get into lane 1 and to do a bit of their running. So it's a bit technical, especially for some of the longer events, right? The sprint events, they tend to stay in their lanes. So persons may just question. We have to remember, based on the distances, there are certain rules that you have applying to these events.
Of course. Yes, so as we see the crowd is building up, the spectators are dipping in the excitement. They are sipping. You can see they're actually tasting what's happening here. We're having a good time, and the spectators are all having a ball.
Well, we're getting ready for flight 2, or section 2 as we would say.
So here we have finish line in lane number 2, lane 3. We should have peak performance. Lane 4, Rising Champs. 5, Track Blazers. 6, Velocity Track Club, and Southern Pros in lane 7.
Well, we are missing lane 3 peak performance. They are not here, but I can tell you we can expect a good race. Finish line is here. Rising Champs, we're seeing them more or less for the first time. Track Blazers, a name that is always here. Velocity Track Club, they're always here. And Southern Pros. So flight 2, section 2, 4x200 mixed relay, and they're off. And
they'll be recalled.
And they will be recalled.
So remember, we're having 2 flights here. So they will be timed finals, and at the end of competition, the times will be compared, and we'll be able to decide which team will be in the first position, second, or third. Remember, we're not giving medals today, but monetary prizes. So at the end of the day, there'll be cash rewards for all the teams.
Well, in Flight 2 last year, Fusion Athletic, they won that event. They're not in this event in this flight. They had a time of 1 minute 56.01. So far, the first flight has gone faster. And clean break. Let's see. Here they go. And let's see who makes this stagger up early. It's 200 meters. As they go, keep your eyes on lane 7, Southern Pros. Southern Pros with a good distance lead. They're going to make the handover now. Here we go. Handover made just about now. It is Velocity Track Club making a good handover. Velocity Track Club, but Southern Pros is still out with a slight lead. Here comes St. David's Track Blazers, but keep your eyes out front. 200 meters. They head into the straightaway. It is Southern Pros. It's Isron Purcell. Here comes Velocity. Here comes St. David's Track Blazers. And keep your eyes on finish line. The baton passing has been really good. Here goes finish line with the lead. Finish line. It is Karen Hostin. Karen Hostin of finish line. Athlete 114 Hostin. But here comes St. David Track Blazers. It's Ronan Lessie as the second position. He falls into second. It's still finish line. Handover made. And let's see. Here comes Christina Samuel. It's Christina Samuel. Finish line with the lead. And here goes on the anchor leg for Southern Pros. Southern Pros. Track Blazers is there, but keep your eyes on the front. It is finish line. And she's determined. She's strong. Crosses the line. First position. Southern Pros coming in second. Followed by St. David Track Blazers in third.
Another interesting race there. She's happy. She has put down a remarkable performance and she has brought it home for her team. Finish line there. Taking this one. Look at her coming across that as she entered into the straightaway. Finish line it is. No challenge to the finish as she takes it home.
Again, you look at these young athletes, they're only under 13s. And you can see her, she's big, she's powerful. What we need here is just a bit of refining in terms of her technical ability. And definitely we could have a really good, strong athlete on hand within the next few years.
Yeah, she's looking pretty good, pretty talented too. And sometimes we need some of the bigger, stronger athletes to really put it down on the track. And here we're seeing a prospect here under 13, someone to look forward to, and we expect to see her continuing her growth as an athlete in these sprint events.
In case you're wondering who we're talking about, that's Christina Samuel, has just anchored the finish line to victory in the 4x200 meters under 13 girls. Under 13 mixed, 4x200 under 13 mixed relay. So the action is heating up. The riding section, they are enjoying themselves. We can hear them from where we are.
It has been an exciting evening so far, and on the field and off the field, in the stands, the fans are getting into it. We're getting ready for event number 10, the mixed 4x200 meter relay for under 15. In lane 1, Classic Lighting MVP. Lane 2 should be SAS. Lane 3, Fusion Athletic. Lane 4, McDonald's College. Lane 5, Classic Lighting Finish Line. Lane 6, Classic Lighting South City. Lane 7, Rising Champs. That's your start list for event number 10, the mixed 4x200 meter relay under 15. That will be the first flight. There are 2 flights in this event.
We certainly looking forward to this. We will have a mixture of primary school with Form 1s and maybe a slight Form 2 who went in a bit early. But basically, this is your new crop of athletes who have just entered the secondary school, names that would have done well at the primary school previous years. And so it tells you what you may be able to look forward to come intercall games.
Very much so. So let's keep our eyes on the track. Let us look at this new budding crop of athletes that's coming up. Let's see what we have there.
So certainly some names to look forward to. We have the likes of Ethan Gunpot representing Fusion, Haley Terrell representing SAS, Shawnice Thomas representing MVP.
Also Tishan Lambert of SAS, last year under 13 champion at primary school sports.
Rena Hosford of should be representing South City Rising Stars, under 15 champ from again the primary school games last year. I have the likes of Deshaun Lewis. Ava Plenty is also there. So quite a few names that is synonymous already with track and field at this very young age.
Oh yeah, so this one should be exciting. Let's look forward to this one. So it's the next event on track. That's the mixed 4x200 meter relay for under 15s.
So they're under the starters orders. Going to be up, everyone not fully ready here. We can look forward to lead-off athlete Gabriel Hobson for MVP.
It's Lambert for SAS. They're called to stand.
So Gunpot is going to lead off for Fusion Athletics. Here we go, clean start. Let's see who makes up the stagger very early. Slid quite early, 4x200. So at just about this, you will see it's Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars making a good run in the middle of the track. McDonald College is there. Let's see, Rising Stars, they're coming out. Let's see, here comes Tyrell of SAS in lane 2. Tyrell of SAS looking strong, looking powerful. She goes down the straight. It's Tyrell, SAS for McDonald College. Amira Kato is there. So they make the handover just about now. It's 200 meters, 4x200. SAS out front with some 15, 20 meter lead and looking to extend it. He's extending his lead.
Alexander of SAS.
Here we go, final handover. SAS out front. It's going to be Denise Mitchell to anchor the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. Look at her go, some 30 meters. I don't think there's any catching her. Here comes Denise Mitchell into the straightaway. And she's going to power her way through. But here comes Fusion Athletic. She doesn't have the distance. It's SAS, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. And they will win this one. Denise Mitchell, your anchor. And here goes.
What a run from SAS there. I guess we can say leading from start to finish. The combination of athletes there putting the gauntlet down and telling the rest of the field, come catch me.
Yeah, certainly Tyrell doing a good job as the lead of athlete there and covering some good ground.
So here we see the SAS athlete, a good crop of athletes there representing SAS. Lambert led off, that's Tishon Lambert. Then we had Haley Tyrrell going down the back straight. Dishon Alexander doing his bit and Dennis Mitchell taking it home.
Yeah, good combination when you look at the names that represented SAS in that event. The likes of Tishon Lambert and Dishon Alexander, Haley Tyrrell and Denise Mitchell. If you were at SAS Sports or if you followed it, you would have heard these names mentioned time and time again.
And you can see the dominance coming down the home stretch there. Some 20 meters separating themselves from the field. A good run in there, indeed, for SAS.
So we still have another section to come. You will have section 2. And you can look forward to the Sprinters Athletics Community Club. That's the Carriacou Community Club. Top Flight Athletics, St. David's Trailblazers, Runners Athletics, and Momentum Track and Field.
So the time for that race was 1 minute 39.20 seconds. That's the time to beat.
Certainly that's the time to beat.
So let's keep our eyes on the clock for the second tier. 1 minute 43.01. That's the second place time. And you'll have to beat that time in order to get into the money rounds.
Yeah, it's all about the money, as the IMA will be presenting not medals but funds to the clubs for winning these events.
It's an IMA National Relay Meet, Kirani James Athletic Stadium. We're getting ready for section 2. We'll see Sprinters Athletic in lane 2, in lane 3, Community Club out of Carriacou. In lane 4, Top Flight. Lane 5, Track Blazers. Lane 6, Runners Athletic, and Momentum Track and Field in lane 7.
Well, again, as you survey the teams, you will recognize that you have the likes of Aidan Klein, Ethan Mohan from Raina Horsford for Sprinters, and the Community Club out of Carriacou. And they will be sporting the names like Rodney Barry and Zena Harris, some good athletes out of the Carriacou. Can look for Adriel Phillip representing Top Flight. Trailblazers, Tamara Newton, Alonzo Mitchell, names that we've been familiar with at the primary school last year. Joshua Celestine for Runners Athletics. Micaiah George. So certainly some big names in the second batch.
So let's see how it's going to stock up to the first flight of athletes. Remember, the time to beat is 1 minute 39.20 seconds. Keep your eyes on the track and also on the clock.
So they're under the starters orders. Here they go, they're off. Let's see, section 2. Who makes up the stagger very early? St. David's Trailblazers seem to be moving pretty quickly. He's already gone past the community. And here he goes. St. David Trailblazers as they make the first handover. Trailblazers and Tamara Newton with the baton. Here they goes. Trailblazers, here comes Sprinters on the outside, gaining some momentum, but out front it's Trailblazers. Handover made. That's Mitchell on the third leg. It's Mitchell, here comes on the inside in second position. You have the community club. Sprinters Athletics also running well. It's Klein. Aiden Klein for Sprinters Athletic. He's moving into position number 2. Handover made just about now. Let's see what happens. It is going to be Nicolia Pear anchoring. Here comes St. David's Trailblazers. Zorina Hannibal on the anchor leg. So St. David Trailblazers taking this one over Sprinters Athletics.
Let's have a look at the time.
Yeah, it's just a bit slight changes there, and that was Tamara Newton anchoring. Tamara Newton anchoring the St. David Trailblazers to victory in this, the 4x200 under 15 medley. The time 1 minute 43.95.
So that might just be good enough to give us third position.
Yeah, it's going to be good enough to give us third position.
But as we look at the St. David athlete, they're coming into the home stretch, stamping some authority on this one. Just kept going and going and going, and taking this one home in 1 minute 43 seconds. Not as fast as the first flight, which went at 1 minute 39.2 seconds.
Yeah, certainly St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary laying down the mark, and no one really getting close to it. As we see in your picture, Kenisha Pascal, last year she was competing. This year she's resting.
Yes, she's joining the spectators, enjoying the sports. She has given her all to athletics. She's been around for quite some time, representing Grenada Heights levels, and she deserves a time in the sun to just relax and take in the event.
Yeah, well, she's there with her daughter.
And
so
even she was even running after she had her daughter. And now she and her daughter can sit together and enjoy the sport. What a spectacle. Thank you very much for your service, Kenisha.
Yeah, certainly. It's good to be able to have a distinguished career and put up the feet after and look at the young ones coming up. I remember last year her having to deal with Annie Logie on the finish, the final leg. And Annie Logie was able to keep her strength, keep that composure, and just leave the veteran. I'm going to get myself refreshed as Bernard will join you, Bernstein.
Get ready to continue with the exciting relays. The mixed 4x200 relays for under 20 should be next on track. And we expect to see SAS in lane 2, Finish Line in lane 3, Runners Athletic in lane 4, in lane 5, Trailblazers, lane 6, Fusion Athletic, and McDonald College making up lane 7.
And the excitement continues, Bernstein.
Oh yes, you've missed some of the exciting races to be on comms, but I know you were looking on and you saw how everything panned out so far, and we are continuing to build the momentum. We are continuing to see that the energy keeps getting higher and higher. The fans are there, the rhythm section is in full cry, and we're having a ball here at the IMA National Relay Meet for 2026. Indeed we are. So it's another mixed relay that's coming up, event number 17. And we're going to see a number of top athletes here. The likes of Christophe Caliste and Deron Sincere, Christiana Charles. They're all going to be representing SAS. SAS is going to be having a power team here. We have Finish Line, Annie Logie, Saraya Phillip, Jamal Nichols, Aidan Daniel, another powerful team. Runners Athletics, Sophia Patterson, Azaria Williams, Keston Thomas, Jaden Lewis. And the list continue. You can look at Track Blazers and let's see who's there. I can tell you we've got a lot of interesting at least event number 13, and we were down to Track Blazers. So in there we'd have Kayla Christopher, Tevez Newton, Shadi John, Sprint Queen is there, and Kaylon Moses. Fusion Athletics, Irene John, Kanik Nixon, another name to look for, Connor Marie, and Neon Sanders Claus. It's a powerful teams here. No slacking in terms of the entertainment and the excitement that we should be seeing in event number 13. McDonald College, Terrick Thomas, Omar Franklin, Kayla Olive, and Carisha Noel. So we were getting ready for an exciting relay. Keep your eyes on the track. This one could go anywhere. We have no predictions. And everyone I know is just going out there to do their very best. And it's really it's excitement. And the speed continues. So it's Sassin 2, Finish Line, Runners, Track Blazers, Fusion, and McDonald College. And they're off. It's a mixed 4x200 meters relay for under 20. And let's see what's going to happen at the first handover. And we see Fusion Athletics in the lead. Early lead is Fusion Athletics. Fusion Athletics. Fusion Athletics looks like Kanik Nixon there. And the handover. There's a little fumble there. And a lot has happened there, but now it's St. David's Track Blazers taking control of this race. St. David's Track Blazers in the middle of your track. On the inside, we see a strong run from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, but St. David's Track Blazers is in control of this one. St. David's Track Blazers it is. As we get ready to make the next handover, it's St. David's Track Blazers. Here comes St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. And Finish Line. St. David's Catholic it is. SAS, Finish Line. That's your top three. Going down the back stretch. Remember, it's 4x200 meters for boys. Well, it's mixed under 20. It's still St. David's Track Blazers. Here comes SAS. St. David Track Blazers. Another handover. And it's Track Blazers and SAS. It's St. David's Track Blazers and SAS. It's 200 meters per athlete, but it's still St. David's Track Blazers, a strong one from SAS. St. David's is holding on, but SAS is giving all that she has as we're getting ready for the finish line, and it's St. David Track Blazers, a strong one from SAS. Christina Charles there, she couldn't catch St. David's Track Blazers, but what a run it was from the athletes on show here. So that was the conclusion of the mixed 4x200 meter relay for under 20. Another exciting relay. As we can see, the crowd is taking it in. They are lapping up the excitement that is taking place here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. The spectators are walking with the instruments. They are joining in the rhythm section. So what a beautiful time we're having. The St. David's posse is in the house. We can see them enjoying themselves. And the rest of Grenada, IMA, National Relays. Exciting, excitement building. It's at a crescendo at this moment. The rhythm, the vibes, the excitement. And some of the posses in the colors of their teams, representing in a big way. This is what athletics is in Grenada. This is the vibes, it's the atmosphere. It's the lime on a Saturday evening at the Kirani James.
So the excitement continues, Bernstein.
Oh yes, no letting up here this evening, no letting up. It has started as early as, let's say 2:30, because there were people here at 2:30 ready for the action, and we look at the replay and we see Christina John making a go for it here, but St. David Trailblazers just being able to hang on. She's coming, but no let up from the athlete from St. David Trailblazers. And what a beautiful run it was.
But I tell you something, you really can't fault the effort. The effort, there's an A for effort right there.
1 minute 33.62 the winning time for Trailblazers. SAS in second, 1 minute 33.95 seconds. And Classic Lightning finish line, 1 minute 40.51 seconds.
So that was a 4x200 meters that we just had a quick replay there. On the 20. And up next on the track is event number 14. We continue with the mixed relays, 4x200 meters, 20 plus. Four by 200 meters, 20 plus mix. Two teams listed to compete in this one. Classic Lightning finish line and St. David's Trailblazers. There's no lack of rhythm this afternoon getting into the evening here at Kirani James National Stadium. Young people in the rhythm section, they're really putting on a show.
That's the rhythm section out of the IMA Rainbow City All-Stars out of Grenville in St. Andrew. They placed second in the Panorama Championship last Carnival 2025. So they're helping to keep the place alive. And alive it is.
Certainly,
alive
there's
it
no
is.
wanting for rhythm there. You're not missing anything on the track. Just to let you know, up next it will be the 4x200 meters, 20 plus. And in case you missed it, in terms of some field events that we had earlier, the high jump open for boys. Third place was Zidan Rennie from SAS, 1.85 meters. Michael Gidhari, he was second from the South City Rising Stars with 1.85 meters. And your winner, Joshua Telesford, 1.90 meters. In the javelin, the girls on the 17. In third position, Teresa Providence, McDonald College, 30.66. In its second position with 32.2 meters, Sydney Douglas. That's from St. David's Trailblazers. And in first position, St. Joseph's Convent in Grenville, 34.24 meters, Therona Jackson. The boys' version of the javelin, in third position, Kazim Telesford of St. David's Trailblazers, 47.48 meters. Cameron Lewis, Southern Pros, 49.67 meters. And your winner, boys under 17 javelin from SAS, Deshaun Smart, 62.770 meters. There you have it. You're up to date with what is happening on the field. And we will switch our attention shortly back to the track. Whilst we wait for the next action on the track, Bernstein, so far, so good.
Oh yes, so far so good. What we've seen so far has really set the pace for what we should be expecting for the rest of the afternoon going into the evening. It has been a tremendous amount of excitement being displayed here by the participants. The crowd has been, just lapping it in and just sending out the energy to the athletes out there and really creating a spectacle worth enjoying. We're having a good time.
Absolutely, and there you can see right there, the crowd keep growing. That's on a Saturday evening, or down at the Karani James National Stadium. The IMA National Relays for 2026 continues to be one of the popular events in the track and field calendar.
While we wait for the action to continue on the track, you did give some results a while ago that I want us to go back and have a look at. The Javelin on the 17 Boys, 63 meters plus. That in itself would already meet the Carifta standard, and in my opinion would be in medal contention as well for Carifta. That's 63.70 meters by Dishon Smart of SAS, 62.70 meters by Dishon Smart. We saw him throwing above 60 for the year already.
That's competitive.
At the I think it was the Neville Glen meet here.
Yes.
And he broke the record at SAS Sports this year. He broke the record at Intercol Games last year. So indeed, Dishon Smart is one maybe of our brightest prospect in the javelin in the footsteps of Anderson Peters.
And the interesting thing about Smart is that he continued to grow. His ascendancy, he is in the cycle of ascendancy now, and this is something to really talk to.
So we're looking at the javelin in the under 20 category, an attempt there by the competitor from GBSS. Grenada continues again, as we were saying earlier on, to show their dominance and the likeness for the javelin event. We were talking about a number of the trailblazers in the javelin event earlier on at the Carifta level, and even at the international level now with Anderson Peters. And we see another bright prospect coming through.
There's another bright prospect.
So, Delron John, remember Delron John, he placed second in this event last year. We just saw him throw a while ago for SAS. And he won it at the junior category a couple of years ago at Intercol. And another one that was also on the Carifta team through in the javelin. So we continue to do well in the javelin, and on the track, of course, the 400 meters seems to be our favorite as well. We seem to be breeding a lot of great quarter milers here in Grenada.
And that's a good thing. You mentioned Delroy Jones just now. That's a good all-round athlete.
He plays football. He's a sprinter. I think he's best on the relay. He always runs a good leg for SAS. He ran a second leg this year. I'm seeing him on the third leg. And he's one of the athletes that is a multi-talented athlete.
Does well on the track, does well in the field, and he's a team player. And that's what you want from your athletes. Even if it's not your area of speciality, you help it where you can for the team's sake. And he has been doing that in the last few years and at Intercol. And one expect him to continue on that trajectory in 2026, Intercol 2026. I tell you something, Smithy, Intercol 2026 is going to be as competitive as has always been, and if not more so this year.
And further to that, Bernard, in the past we've always looked towards the boys' championship, the level of competitiveness between SAS and the GBSS. But from what I'm seeing this year, the girls is expected to be as competitive or even more competitive. I see 4 schools already positioning themselves for championship honors. Of course, the defending champions, St. David's Catholic School, they would go in as the obvious favorite. Anglican High School has a lot of depth. They have the Rihanna Thomas, the Kylie Williams, and a whole set of them. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, SAS, with the Haley Tyrrell and Christina John, Rihanna, and all of these other athletes who are doing very well. Even Gavia Walker in the sub-junior category. She was second in the 400 last year sub-junior. She's a second-year sub-junior, so she's expected to do well there. And then we have St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, with the Annie Logie and the Leah Rose Charles and the quartet that they had for the 4x4 last year. They still have the same athletes.
They all repeaters. That is
I would
so
think that
true.
these
They're
4
all
schools
repeaters.
would be challenging for honors there. And we cannot leave out the likes of a McDonald College that always comes in with some good athletes. We saw them performing here earlier on today as well. But that's a conversation we want to keep going, because today we're speaking relay meet. But we cannot leave out that conversation because these schools in the female category this year looks even closer. And we didn't mention Ashade John for St. David's Trailblazers. She would be anchoring them in the senior category. They have a very good sub-junior athlete as well that ran a 12-7 or 12-8 for the season already, which is impressive. So it's going to be a very competitive intercall in the female category from where I sit, from where I look at it. And of course, the boys will continue to be highly competitive between the SAS and the GBSS. And then we see PBC has some good athletes, St. John's Christian Secondary with Ian George. Boca Secondary. Look out for Boca Secondary this year.
Yes.
They have the Greens. They have the Deron Sincere.
Yes.
And they could create a lot of upsets and a lot of trouble at Intercall Games 2026.
Boca have always done well in the middle and longer distances, and we expect them to continue doing so. You're not missing anything on the track, viewers, because we are in a slight delay hiatus, if you want to call it that, and we had two competing teams down to do the mixed 4x100 meters, 20-plus relay. Now, that seems to be not to be taking place at this time, as we maybe turn our attention
So there has been an adjustment to the schedule. The 20-plus event has been scratched. What will happen next, we'll have a medal presentation, and then we'll have the official opening ceremony, and then resume on with some more track action. So what we're going to do now, we're going to go over to the house microphone for the first medal presentation, if you want to call it that. It's actually money that they're running here for today. So the presentation to the winners for the events completed so far. And then we're going to have the opening ceremony. And as soon as the track and field action resumes, Bernard will be right here to bring it to you. So enjoy the medal ceremony, if you can call it that. And as soon as the track action resumes, we'll be back to take it to you live.
By Honorable Delma Thomas, Minister of Youth and Sports, and Mr. Richard Duncan, Chairman of the Citizen by Investment. Medals presented for Event 2. And we invite the Minister of Sports, Honorable Delmon Thomas, to distribute the first set of prizes. Event 2, Boys Javelin Throw, under 17. Third position, from the St. David's Trailblazers, Kazim Telesford, a distance of 47.48 meters. Second position, Cameron Lewis, Southern Pros, 49.67 meters. And your winner, representing the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Deshaun Smart, a distance of 62.76 meters. Your winners for Event 2, Boys Javelin Throw, under 17. Medal presentation for Event 5, the Girls Distance Medley, 12 by 8 by 400 meters by 1600 meters open. Third position, St. David's Trailblazers. Second position, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. And the winner, Classic Lighting Finish Line Sports Club. Your winners for Event 5, the Girls Distance Medley Open. Prize ceremony for Event 6, the Boys Distance Medley Open. Third position, the Grenada Boys Secondary. Second position, Second position, Ace Track Club. And the winners of the Boys Distance Medley Open, Fusion Athletics. The winners for Event 6, the Boys Distance Medley Open. Prize ceremony for Event 7. The mixed 8x50 on the 9. Third position, MVP Track Club. And the correction, 473 MVP. Second position, Finish Line Sports Club. And your winner, Classic Lighting, South City, South St. George Government School. Your winners for Event 7, the mix, 8x50 on the 9. Medal presentation for Event 8, the mix 4x100 meter relay under 11. Third position, Sprinters Athletics, 61.39 seconds. Second position, Classic Lighting, South St. George Government School, 61.12 seconds. And your winner of the 4x100 meter relay under 11, Momentum Track and Field Club, 60.25 seconds. The winners of Event 8, the 4x100 meter relay under 11 mixed. We thank you very much, Honorable Delma Thomas, for assisting with these presentations. We invite Mr. Duncan, the chairman of the CBI, to do the presentation for Event 9. Mixed 4x200 meter relay under 13. Third position, Classic Lighting, Finish Line Sports Club. 1 minute, 54.48 seconds. Second position, McDonald College, 1 minute, 52.45 seconds. And your winner for the mix 4x200 meter relay under 13, Sprinters Athletics, 1 minute, 52.33 seconds. The winners for Event 9, the mix 4x200 meter relay under 13. Prize ceremony for Event 10, the mixed 4x200 meter relay under 15. Third position, St. David's Track Blazers, 1 minute, 43.95 seconds. Second position, Fusion Athletics, 1 minute, 43.01 seconds. And the winner of Event 10, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, 1 minute, 39.20 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of Event 10, the mix 4x200 meter relay under 15. Prize ceremony for Event 12, the mix 4x200 meter relay under 17. Third position, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, 1 minute, 44.25 seconds. Second position, Fusion Athletics, 1 minute, 42.01 seconds. And your winner, the winner of Event 12, the mixed 4x200 meter relay under 17. The St. David's Track Blazers, 1 minute, 39.59 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of event 12, the mixed 4x200 meter relay under 17. Prize ceremony for event 13, the mixed 4x200 meter relay under 20. Third position, Classic Lighting, Finish Line Sports Club. Second position, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. And the winner of event 13, the St. David's Track Blazers. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of event 13, the mixed 4x200 meter relay under 20. This concludes the prize giving ceremony, the first prize giving ceremony of this, the IMA National Relay Meet. We want to thank the Minister, Honorable Delma Thomas, and Mr. Duncan for assisting with these presentations.
In Grenada, sports aren't just a game, they're a way of life. They teach discipline, teamwork, and resilience. They inspire the next generation to push boundaries and chase excellence. That's why the Investment Migration Agency of Grenada is proud to support sports initiatives as part of our commitment to youth and national development. When we invest in sports programs, we invest in the future. We invest in the health and well-being of our youth, and we invest in broadening Grenada's reach, proudly connecting our athletes, our talent, and our nation to a global community. Together, we all go further. The Investment Migration Agency. Unlock the possibilities.
Right.
official ceremony for this 2026 IMA National Relay Meet. We invite the ceremony party, Ms. Denise Williams, the coaches representative for the Grenada Coaches Association, Mr. Conrad Francis, the president of the Grenada Athletic Association, Ria Buck, representative for IMA Grenada. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we invite you to stand as Ms. Denise Williams, the president of the Grenada Coaches Association, invoke the presence of the Lord on this, the IMA Relay 2026.
So please stand, everybody. Let's give God what is due to him. As we stand, we bow our heads, acknowledging God as the Lord and Master of our lives. And so, Father, we give you praise as I read Psalm 150. Praise the Lord. Praise God in his sanctuary. Praise him in his mighty heavens. Praise him for his holy deeds. Praise him according to his excellent greatness. Praise him with the trumpet and the songs. Praise him with the lute and the harp. Praise him with tambourines and dance. Praise him with strings and pipe. Praise him with sounding cymbals. Praise him with loud clashing cymbals. Let everything that has breath praise the Lord. And so we praise you today, Father. We thank you for your goodness. We praise you for the good weather. We praise you for the athletes and the talent you have blessed them with. We praise you for the officials that are here season after season assisting in making the meet a successful one. We praise you for IMA for sponsoring this meet. We praise you, O Lord, for the spectators, especially the rhythm section. For you said, let all within us praise the Lord. We praise you, Lord, for the beautiful weather, and we pray that you will continue to watch over us. We pray for the GAA, O Lord. Bless them, dear Jesus. In your mighty name we pray, amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Amen. And thank you very much, Ms. Denise Williams, for that prayer and the presence of the Lord. Let's remain standing as we pay homage to the great island of Grenada, just coming up celebrating the 52nd independence, as we have the national anthem played at this time. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. At this time, we ask Mr. Francis, the president of the Grenada Athletic Association, to make remarks and to welcome you also to this, the 2026 IMA National Relay Meet.
Honorable Minister of Sports, Delma Thomas, President of NACAC, Mr. Mike Sands, Organizational Delegate of the 2026 Character Games, Mr. Brendan Williams, technical delegate of Character 2026, Mr. John Blackburn, representatives of IMA, members of GOC, Grenada Olympic Committee, present, media, patrons all. It seems as if it was yesterday we were standing here inaugurating our first relay meet way back 32 years ago. And it's amazing to see how far we have come after 32 years. So this gives me great pleasure in welcoming you here this evening to this our 32nd relay meet. And we are very grateful that along this pathway we had various supporters, various financiers. And today we are very, very happy that the IMA has come forward for the second year in giving support to us. And I want you to give the IMA a big round of applause. Because without them, this could not have happened. And most importantly, they are an institution that supports youth activities. They are here to support the youth, and I would not be wrong in saying that they are here in the relay meet to stay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not only about athletes just striving to excel. It is important that our youth is involved in sports, in track and field. And we are very hopeful that you, the spectators here, you have been to all of our meets. We've had 5 developmental meets. And you have supported our athletes from the under 9 right up to the under 20. And I'm sure that one day you will see one of these athletes on the podium, Olympic podium, World Championship podium, and you will say that I have been here to see them from the beginning. So we are very grateful to you, the supporters, for coming out, and I want to give yourselves a big round of applause. So once again, we want to thank you for coming and hope to see you in our next big meet, our national championships next weekend. And ultimately, I know that all of you will be here for character, and you will bring your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, and everybody for character games. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Francis, the president of the Grenada Athletic Association, for welcoming us. And we certainly looking forward to being back here next weekend for the national champs as well as the character games. At this time, we invite Ms. Burke from IMA Grenada to bring greetings and remarks from our sponsor.
Honorable Delma Thomas, Minister for Youth and Sports, Mr. Conrad Francis, President of the Grenada Athletic Association, and other members of staff, Mr. Richard W. Duncan, Chairman of the Grenada Citizenship by Investment Committee, and other committee members, Mr. Thomas Anthony, CEO of the Investment Migration Agency Grenada, and other members of staff, distinguished guests, officials, coaches, parents, supporters, members of the media, and most importantly, athletes. On behalf of the Investment Migration Agency Grenada, it is my distinct honor and privilege to stand before you today as the title sponsor of the National Relay Meet for the 2nd consecutive year. That continued partnership is not by chance, it is by conviction. At IMA Grenada, we believe that youth development is not a line item, It is not a campaign. It is a responsibility. Because when we invest in our youth, we are investing in the future of Grenada. Today is more than a competition. It is more than battle passes and finishing times. Today is about discipline, resilience, teamwork, and belief. The very qualities that build champions on the track and leaders in life. The great Muhammad Ali once said, "Don't count the days, make the days count." So today, every step you take on this track counts. Every early morning training session counts. Every sacrifice counts. When Usain Bolt reminded the world that dreams are free, but goals have a price, he was speaking to moments like this. The price is hard work. The price is commitment. The price is showing up when it is hard. And Grenadians, we understand hard work. We are resilient people. We are a nation that has consistently punched above its weight on the world stage. We saw it when Kirani James stood on the Olympic podium and raised our flag high. We saw it every time our athletes like Anderson Peters, Lyndon Victor, among others, step onto international tracks and fields and make the world take notice. We do that. Grenada does that. Those victories did not start on the Olympic tracks. They started at meets like this, school grounds, community tracks, this very stadium. Relay patterns pass with hope and determination. That is why IMA Grenada is here. When we support this national relay meet, we're not simply supporting an event, we are investing in character, opportunity, discipline, teamwork, national pride. We are investing in nation building. To the coaches, parents, and of course the Grenada Athletic Association, thank you. You are the quiet architects of excellence. You are shaping not just athletes, but citizens. Your belief creates confidence. To our athletes, never underestimate the power of your dreams. Grenada may be small in size, but we are immense in talent, spirit, and potential. As they say, we little, but we talawa. This is our second year as title sponsor, and it strengthens our resolve. We are not here for a moment. We are here for a movement that connects sports, opportunity, and national advancement. Because when our youth rises, Grenada rises. May this year's National Relay Meet be filled with record-breaking performances, exemplary sportsmanship, and memories that last a lifetime. Thank you. Enjoy the meet, everyone.
Thank you for those remarks from the IMA, and certainly you're not only investing in our future, we're protecting our future. Over 800 athletes at these games, over 20 teams. Certainly, we're protecting our future. We want to say thank you very much to Ms. Williams for invoking the Lord's presence with the prayer. Mr. Francis with the remarks from the Grenada Athletic Association, and Ms. Buck from IMA Grenada. Let us go forth. Let us continue supporting athletics in Grenada. We look forward to continued excitement on the track. We also look forward to the athletes giving up their best performance as we prepare for national champs next Saturday, and then ultimately the Carifta Games. At this time, we want to say, I just want to give a big shout out to Colleen.
They could cut him now. We are here now with the CEO of the Investment Migration Agency, Grenada, Mr. Thomas Anthony. Investment in our youth, the significance and the importance. This is the second installment.
Yes, absolutely. For us, it's a top priority. They are, like the cliche says, the future of every nation, and it's no different for Grenada. And many of the people who come through the investment migration program, they are interested in making significant contribution to the country beyond the investment that they would have made to become citizens. And we have made a pledge at IMA that we will support young people in various endeavors, in sports, in culture, in the creative arts, and that is why we're here.
Can we look forward to seeing more investment in the National Relay Meet from the IMA and other sporting events, as you just alluded to?
Well, you may know that we are the title, a main sponsor for Carifta. All right. Also, we've committed a significant amount of money to Carifta. We will support the national relays next year as well. We've already committed to do that. And we will continue to support young people in whatever sphere that we can.
And how satisfied with you sitting in the stands and looking at the performance of our athletes? We had those from as young as 7, 8 performing.
Well, I'll let you in on a little secret. This is my first one, and I'm quite excited. I'm immensely proud of the young people. Even when they're at the back, they continue through to the finish line, and you just see the excitement from them. And so, yeah, I'm happy I came, and I will be coming to others in the future as well.
Well, thank you.
Not just the national relays, but other
sporting meets. So we can look forward for you in the Arise and National Champs, the inter-secondary school games.
Well, I won't commit to all, but I will come to some. That's for sure.
Thank you, viewers. That was the CEO of the Invest.
Mention some numbers, if you don't mind. So my understanding is that we have over 800 athletes here from 25 clubs and schools across the island, and IMA contributed $75,000 to this event. That shows how serious we are about youth development. We know that sports build character, it builds commitment, and it builds them for the future. But I also want to take the opportunity to recognize Carleen and the marketing team. I'm immensely proud of them. And people may not know, but the marketing team is only comprised of 2 individuals. And I think they've done a fantastic job here, and they continue to do good work across the island. So thank you, Carleen. Thank you, Rhea.
And thank you, Mr. Anthony, for sharing with us on the importance of investing in the future of Grenada, our youth. I now turn you back over to our commentary team that includes Lester and Bernard. Leslie, sorry, and Bernard.
In Grenada, sports aren't just a game, they're a way of life. They teach discipline, teamwork, and resilience. They inspire the next generation to push boundaries and chase excellence. That's why the Investment Migration Agency of Grenada is proud to support sports initiatives as part of our commitment to youth and national development. When we invest in sports programs, we invest in the future. We invest in the health and well-being of our youth, and we invest in broadening Grenada's reach, proudly connecting our athletes, our talent, and our nation to a global community. Together, we all go further. The Investment Migration Agency. Unlock the possibilities. In Grenada, sports aren't just a game, they're a way of life. They teach discipline, teamwork, and resilience. They inspire the next generation to push boundaries and chase excellence. That's why the Investment Migration Agency of Grenada is proud to support sports initiatives as part of our commitment to youth and national development. When we invest in sports programs, we invest in the future. We invest in the health and well-being of our youth, and we invest in broadening Grenada's reach, proudly connecting our athletes, our talent, and our nation to a global community. Together, we all go further. The Investment Migration Agency. Unlock the possibilities.
Grenada James Athletic Stadium. The event that has just started here is the 4x100 meters for the under 9 girls. And we have in this event sprinters, finish line, 473 MVP runners, community club, and South St. George Government School. The first hand over here, we see some difficulty there with 473. They're still struggling to get a better transition. But it is South St. George Government School in the lead. South St. George Government School and 473 MVP making good grounds here now. Some mix up there again with 473. They're running outside of the transition zone. South St. George Government School out on the outside looking good, and on the inside is 473 MVP. And sandwiched between the two of them is the Runners Athletics Club. The final and over in the 4x100 meters for the under 9 girls. 473 MVP. South St. George on the outside, and sandwiched between them again is Runners Athletics Club. But it is 473 MVP who is going to win this one as she dips for the tip now. Picking up the second position in lane 7 is South St. George Government School, and it was Runners Athletics Club that picked up the third position.
On the
She's
9.
happy. She's waving for fans in the stands. Bernard, there she is.
Yes.
Happy winner.
On the 9, 100 meters girls, and they look like they enjoyed that run. They actually, the sequence of passing, especially from 473, was something really to behold. The last pass especially. Have a look at this. There she is. Got the baton. Heads up front. Nice pumping arms. Legs were moving as they should. Now, that is a good description. And this is on the 9.
Well, young Renaya Lord of the 473 MVP anchoring her team home to a victory. They did have some issues with the battle transition on both legs, both the second and the third leg. And as you see the results coming up on the screen now. A winning time, 1 minute 7.94 seconds. South St. George Government School in second. Sprinters, AC, it was actually in third. And finish line in fourth.
So the crowd continues to grow, Smithy. And as we get down into the meat of the matters, as we would say.
So we saw a number of mixed relays earlier on before we had the presentation for the winners. And now we seem to be going into the straight male and female categories.
That's correct.
So next on the track would be event number 18, which would be the 4x100 meter relay for the under 9 boys. We expect to see a couple more field events to be contested. The boys javelin through under 20. I think that finished just before the winners ceremony.
And we are going to have 2 flights with this one. That's the 4x100 meters boys under 9. 5 teams in the first flight, and 4 will be competing in flight number 2. You're not missing anything on the track. They are getting ready. They are ready in those young people to just to step on the track. And for the boys, 4x100 meters under 9.
But Bernard, we must show again some appreciation to the Investment Migration Agency, IMA, the title sponsors of these games. I think they have made an invaluable contribution towards track and field. That's the second straight year. And we heard them speaking during the intermission. And we saw the additional elements that they have introduced into the games as well. The drum, the rhythm section, the prize monies, and several other elements that I hear upgrading and creating the environment and enabling the environment for these athletes to perform at the optimum.
And it's a good thing. They were once sponsored for a number of years, and when that sponsorship died, the GAA did not let the dream of this experiment in relays die with it. And the IMA stepped in, and they have been doing a remarkable job since then. 2 years in a row, as you just said.
I think, Bernard, we also need to recognize the viewers who are online, those for whatever reason are unable to make it down here at the National Stadium. Some of you we know who are overseas in the diaspora and other places and enjoying the broadcast. And we know how eager you are to see the resumption of events on the track. But we know those of you who are the ardent and dire track and field fans who, for every event, look forward to the streams and look forward to participating. And so we say a special shout out to all of you who are online and enjoying the broadcast that we are bringing to you from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
There was a little threat of rain earlier, but so far so good. The rains have stayed away, the winds have died down, and in fact make the entire setting good for relay running and certainly relay sprinting. So wonderful atmosphere. The rhythm section, the drums are beating. The people seems to be enjoying themselves and settling for the second half of this wonderful meet.
And there's a lot of chatter going on too, Bernard, because myself and Weinstein, we had a little walk through the crowd moments ago. And there's a lot of chatter, a lot of banter going on, people anticipating what's going to happen. They have not seen certain athletes on show yet and wondering if they would be here, so a lot of anticipation in the crowd as well. They've come out in their numbers, and we expect more to be here later on in the evening. And as usual, they are all rooting for their favorite athletes, their favorite clubs, their favorite schools, and making the same analysis that we are making up here as well in terms of what would the outcome be throughout the season at the national champs, at the primary school championships, at the private primary school championships, and of course, the big one, Intercall. And
Absolutely.
some people also looking forward to the Carifta games as well that are going to be held here.
Yes, yes. What we have seen on the show today, a prelude, if you may, what would come with, certainly with the under nines, and that's a similar age group. It's like a prelude to what would come with the national primary school games, and then the older persons, the under 15, the under 17, the under 20. That's, you are talking about we are entering into this serious business of intercall. So that's a prelude. A lot of the athletes on show today, they will be on show for the remainder of the season.
As we see athletes taken to the track now, we expect to resume with event number 18, the 4x100 meter relay for the under 9 boys.
Well, the young men that are lining up, they're certainly not on the 9.
Doesn't look like that. It looks like a mixed 4x400 meter relay open.
It is a mixed 4x400 meters
event
open.
number 16. Slight change in the schedule here. We're actually going to have a mixed 4x400 meter relay open. You know, Bernard, the 4x400 meters, which basically brings a culmination to a lot of the track and field meets, creates a different kind of anticipation and excitement. And some people believe that the house or the school that wins the last race is a champion in their own right, So even though we have an overall winner already determined, that last race, that 4x4, and now we're going to have a mixed 4x4. So in the middle of the event, we have a crescendo, if you want to call it that, with a mixed 4x400 meter relay.
Absolutely correct. In fact, there one particular secondary school in St. George, who shall remain unnamed, they have posted their winning 4x400 meters team for the entire season. It's the first thing that you will see when you enter the school grounds. So you are absolutely correct. That in of itself is one of the events that brings out lots of emotions. Partly too because there's so many lead changes in a race like this. It's unlike, say, 4x100 meters. This is this, and that's finished. With the 400 meters, there's time to recover. There's actually sequencing and a lot of strategy and so forth. Who you put in the first leg, second leg, and that kind of thing. And when a 400 meters is run, you can expect excitement. And I think that there wouldn't be any difference. Now with this event coming up here, event number 16, this is a mixed relay. And we have 6 teams that will be participating here.
So we're going to see in lane 2, South City Rising Stars, finish line in 3, Trackblazers in 7, McDonald College in 4, SAS in 5, and Runners in 6.
3 non-starters.
So we only have 3 clubs competing. St. David's Trackblazers, they are there in lane 7. Finish line is also there. And it looks like South City Rising Stars out there in lane 2. So 3 clubs. That's St. David's Trackblazers out in the lead. Finish line is also there, and so too is South City Rising Stars. Remember, it's a mixed 4x4 relay, so we expect to see 2 males and 2 females in this event for each club. Close one in second and third between Finish Line and South City Rising Stars. They're gaining some valuable ground too on St. David's Trackblazers, but St. David's Trackblazers with a 5-meter lead would make the first change over. Finish Line is also there. Making the first handover is Finish Line. And it looks like Annie Logie to me. We will need to get a better look at her. That's right, it's indeed Annie Logie. Very good 400-meter runner as well, as they scratch into lane 1. South City Rising Stars is also there. St. David's Trailblazers closing in as well. So it is finish line in the lead. St. David's Trailblazers now moves into the second position and has her eyes on Annie Logie of finish line. But Annie Logie is holding her own and maintaining a good 15-meter lead on St. David's Trailblazers. She hands over first now. It is finish line with a good lead. St. David's Trailblazers has a 50-meter deficit to catch up on. And then South City Rising Stars with another 10 to 15 meters in third position. But that's the leader here in the 4x400 meters mixed relay. The field spread across the entire track. It is finish line. Finish line. With a commanding lead is finish line. South City Rising Stars now in second. It's actually Giovanni Green here, the Boca Secondary School. And I think that looks like Annalisa Brown. So it's a Boca to Boca combination here. Annalisa Brown on the final leg here. The final handover just been made by Trailblazers and South City Rising Stars. But there's absolutely no way they can catch this national athlete. Carifta athlete as well, Annalisa Brown, one of the brighter prospects we have in the female arena for the middle distances. And so Annalisa Brown would feel very comfortable where she are now in this event. Almost a 100-meter lead, Bernard, on the next competitor. And so she's really running against the clock, just running for a good time. There's absolutely no challenge. She's pushing herself to the finish line, Annalisa Brown. And she's going to win this one for finish line very comfortably indeed. Money in the bag for finish line, so to speak.
Yes, good, controlled, deliberate run there. And finishing here is South City Rising Star in third position.
But a very good run by finish line. We saw Giovanni Green doing a good split. Annalisa Brown doing a good split. Logie was there as well. And they had a very balanced team. It would have been difficult for any club to challenge that team here on show today.
Very balanced team. As you said, they're national athletes, and then that team had at least two young ladies are well established. So it's finish line. Finish line in position number 1, 3 minutes 35.56 seconds. South City Rising Stars 3 minutes 48.09 seconds, and Trailblazers is 3 minutes 58.48.
So again, the 4x400 meters. This is the first of several 4x400 meters we will see today. This is a mixed one, and from the schedule that we have here, the next event is actually supposed to be event number 18, because I think we already had 17, which is supposed to be the 4x100 meter relay for the under 9 boys. The rhythm section kicking up a storm here from the Rainbow City All-Stars, sponsored by IMA for the Panorama Championships.
Following the to come after the 4x400 meters, we are going to have a suite of 4x100 meters.
So the lights are on. We're into the sunset now, Bernard, and nice cool conditions for track and field. And the only set of people that are warming up here now are the spectators in the stands. You can see them a lot more energized now. Took some time for them to get to that level, but they've been ably assisted by the rhythm section.
It's a very cool Saturday afternoon, evening in Grenada here. The perfect place to be for good track and field. Very competitive track and field.
So these indeed look like the under-9 boys now, Bernard.
Well, I certainly hope so. So
Alpha Junior is scheduled to be in lane 2. South St. George in 4. South City in 5. Rising Champs in 6. And lane 7 and 8 are scratched.
We have 2 flights in this one. So this is the first flight, one of 2.
Alpha Junior getting ready for the private primary school games. South St. George for the national GUT primary school games. They're getting ready as well. And they're up and running. It's the 4x100 meter relay for under 9 boys. And they're making up the stagger nicely already. Looks like South City Rising Stars. First handover made now. South City Rising Stars is there. South St. George Government School in the lead. South St. George Government School over South City Rising Stars. About to make that second handover now. South St. George Government out in a flash. Trailed here and challenged here by South City Rising Stars, but holding his own nicely is South St. George Government School. It's a very close one on the final handover. Let's see who comes out first to head to the home straight and the finish line. South St. George gets the baton now and takes off. Challenged by South City Rising Stars. This is going to be a close one to the finish line. South City Rising Stars is giving good challenge on his right. Here comes South City Rising Stars. South St. George Government School has to hold on. Can he hold on? I don't think he does. It's a close one. We would definitely have to go to the finish, the photo finish for this one.
We'll go to the photo finish, but on the plain hindsight, it looked like the athletes from South City Rising Stars would have caught him just on the line. And if he did, that was a tremendous run back.
Well, so it seems a great run back indeed by South City Rising Stars. But a close finish nonetheless between those 2 clubs. South St. George Government School and South City Rising Stars.
This is but a taste of what's to come.
Ladies and gentlemen,
It was indeed South City Rising Stars that won that one, and South St. George Government School had to pick up the second position.
A 0.03 seconds difference. It's not something you would figure out with the naked eyes. What a run. That young man was so determined. Never gave up. Run right through the line. Here he is, chest up. Knew exactly what he was doing and dipped. This is on the 9.
Great technique indeed for a victory, Bernard.
That is the point.
Using his torso to good effect.
On the 9.
And timing his tip for the tip with perfection.
Hats off there to the coaches with these young people. They are on the right track. They're starting well. Remember, this is the first flight of 2, and so it's all depends on the time where they will be. That will determine the final position. So flight number 2 is up next. The 4x100 meters under 9 boys.
we get set for section 2 of 2.
So section 2, we will see in section 2, finish line. Finish line, sprinters, 473 MVP, and momentum. These are the 4 clubs that will be competing in the second section of the 4x100 meter boys under 9 category.
Yes, that first heat was our first flight. Was certainly quite competitive and relatively good time. So these young men here to get on the medal podium, they will have to do much better.
Well, the time to beat is 1 minute 5.10 seconds. That's the time they'll be chasing to get the first position. So we will certainly keep our eyes on the clock to see what this flight would return. But we may very well see the top 2 positions coming from the first flight because they were that competitive, Bernard.
Very competitive. This seems to be a bit of a change now. There's only three clubs on the track right now. Let's take a look and see what will result in the end. But for ones so young, they are right into this. And parents, teachers, the people who are speaking to these young people's lives in terms of keeping with the program, they would have been doing a wonderful job.
So there they are, they're getting ready for the event, the second of two flights in the 4x100 meters for the under 9 boys. And
the second flight for the 9-year-old boys 4x1.
We see now momentum is in 6. In 4 is sprinters. In 3 is finish line.
You're not missing anything. We are in a slight holding pattern here. It's event number 18 for 100 meters on the 9 boys. Flight or section 2 of 2.
So, Bernard, for obvious reasons, the stands that we're seeing here, the blue seats, which is right alongside or adjacent to the finish line. Some of the premium seats in the arena, they go for a premium price as well. And maybe that's why we don't have so many patrons in that area.
They generally do.
But we can bet come intercall, come national primary school games, private primary school, national champs. Carifta, of course.
Yes.
All these seats will be taken.
Well, we seem to be already now. They are on the status orders, all 4 competitors, 4 teams, occupying lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Well, they're up and running, and it's the start of the second flight in the 4x100 meters for under 9 boys. And we can see sprinters making up the stagger nicely. So too is finish line on the inside. Finish line hands over first. Sprinters comes out good as well in the green. There they go. Sprinters seems to be in the lead at the moment. Sprinters, but look at a run back from 473 MVP in the yellow and black. 473 MVP as they make the second handover now. Sprinters fumbles a bit. 473 MVP comes out nicely here as they round the turn and head into the final handover. It is 473 MVP, then sprinters, then finish line on the inside. 473 out very early. Arms go up. Bata taken nicely. Here comes finish line, looking good to its finish line. This is going to be another cracker between 473 MVP and the sprinters. 473 MVP holding on to a slender lead here and dipping for the tip as well. A good, strong, consistent performance from the athlete from 473 MVP.
It really is a good thing to look at. It's a good thing to look at the determination and the want the win attitude right through the line. A bit of a hiccup really with sprinters there on the third leg.
That looks like Nelson Wilson Lewis on that final leg. And it's a very familiar name. Just looking closer to see if he was actually Lewis on. But look at that, Bernard. They were really, really pushing hard. Look at sprinters in the green. Sheer determination, sheer grit, but consistent performance here from finish line.
And follow the training. You run right through. No letting up. And there was no let up. Run right through. The excitement continues, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see.
As a matter of fact, this was a much faster race. Top 2 finishers were quicker than the previous one.
So in fact, we have first and second position coming from this particular heat. And the winner of the first heat would be in position number 3.
The girls for 100 meter relay under 11. That's next up on the track. Again, we're going to have 2 flights for this one. We would see South St. George Government School in 2. Top flight in 3. Southern Pro.
Lane 6.
We
Only
seem to have
4
4
teams.
teams on display here. There are 4 teams competing here in this first flight. The girls 100 meters under 11.
South St. George, Top Flight, Southern Pro, and Runners Athletics Club.
So a little
Seems
bit
to
of
be a
bubble there.
slight-
You're allowed, when you're under 11, to make a little bubble and have it all start over. And this is just what they're going to do. They are going to go back on the max.
So they're up and running this time. 4 clubs competing here. South St. George, Top Flight, Southern Pro, and Runners. But up front, in number 5, is Runners Athletics Club. As they make the first handover, it is still Runners Athletics Club in the lead. South St. George and the others all in abreast here. But it's Runners. They're closing in on Runners. And there they go to make the second handover. And let's see who comes out first here. It looks like Southern Pros, but they're very, very close coming around the bend here. Very close, heading into the final handover. South St. George is also looking good. The final handover, but it is Top Flight. But here comes South St. George on the inside. South St. George, but look at the athlete there in lane number 5. Lane number 4 is actually Southern Pro. Southern Pro is making a run for it over South St. George. Southern Pro it is in lane 4. What a good comeback run here, Bernard Buff, from the athlete from Southern Pro.
Rare good comeback. In fact, on the second leg, Southern Pro athlete on the second leg really busted all open. Then the athlete in the third leg was caught, and in the finishing leg, pulled it right back. Wonderful team running here.
Exciting action here.
There we go. Okay. Southern Pro would have gotten the baton here in second or third position. And what a heart comeback to take this one. Literally took it away from spring schools, as we would say, South St. George. Right to the end, run right through.
Looks like Zanaya Korean here for Southern Pro, anchoring a team to the victory. A good comeback run indeed.
1 minute 01.82 to get into the medals from the second flight. 1 minute 01.82. The winning time here for Southern Pro, 1 minute 01.24.
Well, the competitors for the second flight already on the track. And we're moving swiftly now with the events.
We have 5 teams. 5 teams here at the starting point.
We will see finish line in 2, sprinters in 3, rising champ in 4, momentum in 5, alpha in 6, and Carriacou Community Club in 7. So lane 4 is scratched. There is no rising champ. But we see here sprinters, we see finish line, we see momentum, Alpha Junior, and Carriacou Community Club. Well, they're up and running. Let's see who makes up the early starter here on this 4x100 meters second flight in the girls under 11 category. It is momentum looking good in the purple. The handover is made now, a little fumbling it. Momentum is looking good. So too is Community Club out of Carriacou in the yellow and red. Alpha is there in the white and green, and on the inside we have finish line. The second handover, Community Club of Carriacou. A stumble here for Alpha Junior, a bad misstep indeed. But on the inside, finish line, gaining good ground. But here comes momentum through the middle, the diminutive figure from momentum. Sprinters is also there. They're going to battle for the finish line now. The battle transition almost at the same time. Finish line in lane 2 is looking good. Finish line has an advantage here, but here comes on the outside what looks like momentum track club. Is momentum going to catch her? Is momentum going to catch her? It's finish line who holds up to the victory in the end. Another very competitive 4x100 meter relay in the under 11 category.
Very competitive, and also a good exhibition of sportsmanship with the batter being displaced. One of the teams there, an opposing team actually picked it up and passed it on to the competitor. There we see the right at the end. This is this is the final handover, and seems as though finish line had this thing all wrapped up. But a good competition was coming from momentum there and the outside lane, and she didn't take the note to run right through, ease up with 10 meters to go, and run in second position.
So the time 1:03.25, not as fast as the first flight. So Southern Pros will be crowned the champion in the 4x100 meter girls relay under 11, having run already 1:01.24, a much faster time than the second flight, and so they would get the top prize money for this event.
And as you said, we are going right along. The next event on the track is event number 20, the 4x100 meters under 11 boys. 2 flights also, and in flight number 1, we have 4 teams that presents.
So the athletes are on the track for the 4x100 meters under 13, under 11, I beg your pardon. The 4x100 meter relay under 11 boys. And this first flight, we expect to see McDonald College, Track Blazers. Well, finish line is there in 4. We expect to see Alpha in 5. They're there, yes. In 6, Runners Athletics Club. And in 7, Sprinters.
So it's lanes 4, 5, 6, and 7 that's occupied. And this boys 4x100 meters under 11.
So the action continues to heat up here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It's the IMA National Relay Meet. Much look forward event here on the calendar of events for track and field in Grenada. The athletes are now on the starters orders as we get set for flight 1 of 2 in the boys 4x100 meter relay in the under 11 category. And they're up and running. 4 clubs competing here. We have finish line on the inside in and in 4. Sprinters is also there in the green. Runners Athletics in the yellow. Alpha Junior in the white and green. The first stand over here. But finish line looking good on the inside. So too is Runners AC in the yellow. Finish line in the black and red here. Looking good and eating up some good track as well. A good strong run on the second leg here for finish line. As they make the second battle handover here now. Runners Ace Athletics Club still in the lead here. Finish line have a very weak leg here on this second handover, but going into the final handover now, they do so almost at the same time. They're going to battle for the finish line. Finish line on the inside, Runners Athletics Club on the outside. They're battling hard. Finish line with a slender advantage here. It's going to be a comeback from Runners Athletics Club. It's a close one. Runners Athletics Club with a slight lead here now going into the tape. It's Runners Athletics Club winning this one by the slenderest of margins, I would think, and what a good run indeed.
A pretty good run. In the end, what would have cost finish line this race here, one would have thought that the batter exchange on the second and the third leg, much hiccup there in the second and third leg. Even the last leg here, as we can witness here, there was a bit of a hesitancy in taking the battle onto the end. And the athlete there at the end was not as strong. The finish line athlete was not as strong. He couldn't hold it. He couldn't hold it to the finish line. So that was 4x100 meters under 11. The time to get into the medals there is 1 minute 01.41 seconds. Flight number 2, that's up next. As a 4x100 meters. Under 11 boys, flight number 2 should get on the way in short order. So we have athletes in lane number 2.
So they're there, and they're getting ready for the second of 2 sections of the 4x100 meter relay under 11 category. And right after this race, we're going to have a very interesting interview, so stay tuned for that. So we have South City Rising Stars, Momentum, South St. George Government, Top Flight, and Rising Champ. There they go, battling very early in this one here. South St. George looking good. So too is Momentum. Momentum giving a good account for themselves in these games, considering it's a very young club. But up front on the outside in lane 6 looks like Top Flight. But South St. George Government School in the orange and brown looking good as well. Second and over happens now. South St. George comes out nicely, but on the outside of South St. George is Top Flight in 6. But South St. George with a slender lead as they round the turn and about to make the final handover. South St. George Government School, hands over now. So too is looking good. Top Flight on the outside. It's going to be another very exciting finish. Top Flight with a lead. South St. George giving good chase, but it's going to be Top Flight. Top Flight indeed. Top Flight as they head to the finish line now. South St. George having to settle for second, and Bernard, Top Flight living up to the name.
Yes, a much stronger, bigger athlete in the finish on the finish line, and so that was it. That was flight number 2 of event number 24 by 100 meters under 11. We make some way now for an interview with a representative from IMJ.
So as we look back here, we see the completion of the second of 2 flights for the 4x100 meter boys under 11, and up next on the track would be the girls 4x100 meter under 13. But while we prepare for that, we have very distinguished guests with us here that we want to exchange some conversation. Many of us are quite aware and familiar that Grenada 2 years ago would have hosted Carifta Games right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. And in 2026, Carifta comes back to Grenada. And so we're very proud to be the host for Carifta. So with me here now is Mr. Brendan Williams, organizational delegate for Carifta 2026. He's also a NACA council member. And we're going to come back to Mr. Williams in a while as we see the start of Flight 1 for the 4x100 meter relay under 13 girls. And it's a packed field indeed. South St. George is there, so too is Momentum, so too is MVP, 473 MVP. But looking good is the athlete from Sprinters. But on the inside, it is 473 MVP. 473 MVP in the lead, but they go very close to each other and about to make the final handover now. 473 MVP comes out first, but on the outside of 473 MVP, we have Sprinters AC, Sprinters Athletics Club, but 473 MVP has a comfortable lead here. And the gap has been narrow, it's been closed, but she maintains her composure and dips on the tip just in time to take the win here for 473 MVP. And again, I just want to continue that we have here with us Mr. Brendan Williams, organizational delegate for Carifta 2026. He's also a NACA council member, a native of Dominica, the president of the Dominica Athletics, and he's here to conduct some site visits and assessments of the facility, I guess to determine our readiness for Carifta. So Brendan Williams, welcome to Grenada.
Well, thank you for having me, and it is not to determine the readiness. Grenada is ready.
Oh, thank you. It's refreshing to hear that.
Yeah,
but before we go into the Carifta preparations, you're here for the IMA relay meet. Your impressions of what you've seen so far?
Yeah, so far I'm very impressed. I mean, from coming from Dominica and even across the Caribbean to see such a wonderful event being held in Grenada, having so much of the young persons competing. It is refreshing, and to see the crowd as well, a very large crowd out here supporting the athletes.
Well, I can tell you we take track and field very seriously.
I see that.
It's a premier event. Every track and field event from the school level, from primary, secondary, is well attended, and there is a lot of chatter and banter as well that goes on. You're here for your assessments and site visits. You said that Grenada is ready, you're satisfied. What are some of the major things you're looking for during your visit?
Yeah, so one of the major things that the three pillar areas we look at is one, accommodation, transportation, food and beverage, and also the facility. All the rooms have been procured for the games. The only thing that may arise is securing more rooms based on the amount of final entries that we have. As relates to transportation, logistically, all the service providers were procured, and there's a plan in place to ensure that athletes move from point A to point B seamlessly, and then food and beverage to ensure that the athletes are well fed.
So we're going to continue as we look at the finish of the second of the two flights for the girls 4x100 meter relay under 13, and it's finish line that has a slender lead here over Rising Champ on the inside, and South City Rising Stars making a good run back, but finish line wins this one in the end. Another exciting conclusion to the relay. So Mr. Williams, you were saying that everything that you have investigated so far looks good. There may be a little challenge with securing additional rooms, but so far you're satisfied with that.
Yeah.
Now, with regards to the facilities here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, give us your assessment of that as well.
Yeah, the facility is up to par, and when I mean up to par, it surpasses the criteria to host the character games. So it is pretty much, like I said earlier on in another interview, if the games were to be held next week, the Kirani James Stadium would be ready to host the character games.
Is your assessment also looking at the human resource component as well, the officiating, the quantity, the caliber, the readiness of the officials? Is that part of your engagement?
I was also accompanied by the technical delegate, Mr. John Blackburn, who deals with the human resource and the officiating of the games. So he's actually on site, basically overlooking the execution of this event as a test event for the character games. We would like to come next week for the nationals because we are 2-day meet. However, it was timely that the meetings that we had fell in line with a competition, so it exposed Mr. Blackburn towards a competitive state of the stadium and to assess its readiness.
Well, I can tell you almost every day there's a track and field event here at the stadium, and so it continues. Next weekend we have national champs and the character selection, so it's going to be another bumper event, and we expect a lot to happen. So permit me to congratulate you too on your first gold medal at the Olympics.
Yes, thank you very much.
Jump.
Yeah.
And know the entire Caribbean was proud for Lafont in the triple jump.
Yeah.
And a bubbly character as well she is, so we're very happy for Dominica. Carifta 2026, the expectations from where you sit in terms of the overall number of countries participating, the number of athletes, and the state of readiness of maybe the different countries for Carifta 2026.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of athletes excelling on the regional circuit thus far. We expect the numbers of athletes to be surpassed almost 700, being one of the biggest Carifters to date. As it relates to the readiness of the teams, they're all excited to come over, and we're just waiting on that. As it relates to Carifta on a whole, the Carifta Games is seen as the premier youth championships or junior championships in the world. It's no longer in the Caribbean, in the world. And by that, we will be seeing a lot of high-profile dignitaries coming down to the Carifta Games, such as the president from World Athletics. We also expect 3 of the vice presidents from World Athletics. That would be the first time all that large delegation or high-profile delegation. We may be seeing other persons, for example, the president of the Diamond League, who would want to come down to witness the Carifta Games. And we might see a record number of scouts coming there to scout our young talented athletes. So yes, it leads up to the World Juniors, which will be held in Eugene, Oregon during this summer. So we expect the athletes to go out there and give their best, and it's going to be an exciting event this year.
Well, Mr. Williams, I can tell you there is no better place to be for Carifta 2026 than Grenada. You would have heard of the tremendously excellent job that we did here 2 years ago. We hosted Carifta, and I'm sure that would have built the level of confidence for NACAC and the organizers of character to agree to return to Grenada for another character event?
So I witnessed character games 2 years ago in 2024. I was there as well as part of the NACAC team. It is not all visit there. It is more or less to have a view of what's going on. But we are very much confident in the execution of the LOC to bring forth this year's character games and to once again surpass the expectations of not only NACAC but also the athletes and the fans.
If my memory serves me correct, this should be the 4th time Grenada is hosting character games?
Yes, the first was in 2000, 2016, 2024, and now 2026.
Absolutely. And, you know, we take pride in that as well because we see it as a golden opportunity for our emerging athletes to be on the center stage and to make their contribution. And, you know, for the Southern Caribbean, Grenada has always been a leader in terms of the medal count. When we look at maybe the smaller territories, the OECS, the Eastern Caribbean, Grenada has always been one of the standout countries as a very small nation. I mean, we can boast about our prowess in the javelin event.
Yes.
The 400-meter events as well, and now we see us in the short sprints.
Yeah.
We've been medaling in the short sprints, the jumps as well. So a lot has been happening over the years, and I think there's no better place for our athletes to shine on our home soil and to compete with the best from the region.
And the events like the character, it helps towards the legacy. The legacy that character leaves behind is that athletes want to be like the stars they witness. You know, they get to witness the stars of, you know, yesteryear. If you go back to 2016 and you look at the stars that came up from there, who are now world champions, Olympic medalists, the athletes who come in the stands, the fans, the families, they want their kids, they want their you know, to be like those stars. So I think that's one of the biggest legacies.
So is there any, let's go back to the whole organization for character. Is there anything that you saw that might be a critical path, something that you think that we should pay particular attention to at this stage?
To be very honest, there is not one thing that I can highlight to say this would create any issues for the staging of the character games. Like I said, under the guidance of Miss Vida Bruno Victor as the chair of the LOC, and also I met with all the subcommittee chairs for the various areas such as accommodations, transportation, protocol, liaison. I met with all of them, and that is one of the questions. What would be the most aspect of your function that would be at risk? And they clearly outline the mitigating factors in case one came up, but they had everything covered for the staging of the games.
Well, very reassuring information here, and I want to say kudos to Mrs. Vida Bruno Victor, Conrad Francis, and the entire team, all those involved in the logistics preparation. It's indeed good news to hear that from you as an assessor and conducting all these site visits. It's not that we didn't expect to hear that, because we really have a good track record for hosting these events. We're going to come back to that in a short while. As we go to the boys 4x100 meter relay under 13, we have Top Flight, Finish Line, Alpha Junior, Sprinters, Velocity, Track Blazers, and Southern Pro. They're up and running, and they're off in Blaze as well. Making up the stagger nicely here is the athlete from Track Blazers out there in lane 7. There they go down the back straight. Track Blazers looking good. He has some competition on his outside from Southern Pro, but it is Track Blazers. Second and over. Track Blazers comes out nicely here in the lead. Running the bend here nicely. Track Blazers, Southern Pro on the outside. Then we have Sprinters on the inside. But Track Blazers out of St. David's on the final and over now. Track Blazers out, Sprinters in trail. So too is Southern Pro. Sprinters looking good. Sprinters gaining valuable ground on Track Blazers. Sprinters and Track Blazers. Who wants it more? It is Sprinters in the lead. Sprinters dips for the tape now over Track Blazers. A good comeback run indeed from the athlete from Sprinters Club. And bringing home the goal, winning some valuable currency as well for Sprinters Athletics Club. So, Mr. Williams, if you can go back and zero in again on track and field in Grenada, and what we have here is a number of developmental meets that led up to an event like this, and it's going to lead up to the National Primary School Games, and the big one, the mecca of them all, the biggest sporting event in Grenada, what we call Intercall, which is the Inter-Secondary School Games, where the entire nation is engaged in that event, either here or on social media, before, during, and after, and viewing itself. What have you seen here from the few days you're here, and what assessment can you make of our organization of track and field events?
For me, like I would say, it boiled down to one small thing that I noticed to show the level of enthusiasm that exists for track and field, is that to see the primary school students have electronic timing, and that is at a district level. And then I was told that even happens on the grass fields. So it shows the level of detail that goes into the sport and how track and field crazy Grenada is, you know. So it demonstrates that the development process for future generations in Grenada is very meticulous. Success doesn't come overnight. Success is planned. And that is something that I would like emulated across the Caribbean region as relates to sports. So I see, besides Jamaica, let's take them out of the conversation, I see Grenada as one of the leaders in track and field in the region. And if you look at population as it relates to the amount of Olympic medals that Grenada has per population, it demonstrates...
It's the highest in the world.
Yeah, it is the highest number. So it shows that everything that is done in Grenada is intentional. Look at here, we're speaking at a broadcast at a relays meet, and there are few Caribbean countries that can boast that. So like I said, it's very intentional, and I'm very happy. It fills my heart to see that, and I wish that is something that can be replicated in not only my island, but majority of the Caribbean islands across, across the islands across the Caribbean.
I just want to repeat for you, Mr. Williams, we take track and field very seriously.
Yes.
The Indians take cricket seriously, we take track and field. So we have a good legacy of athletes that have paved the way for that kind of thing as well. So the likes of an Alan Francis, Kirani James, of course, and Anderson Peters in more recent times, just to name three of maybe the most successful of these athletes. But from the grassroots level all the way up to the senior national level, track and field is a staple here for us.
And it would not be materialized without the support of key stakeholders, the sponsors. And then you also have the government who supports the Caribbean Games, because without the backing of the government, we may not even be back in Grenada. And other sponsors who have come on board. I don't want to list any others before I may forget them, but you have to recognize these individuals who put their money where their mouth is to ensure that Grenada remains on the map for track and field.
Another aspect we have to look at is the broadcast itself.
Yes.
TNR Communication is one of our premier broadcasters in Grenada, and they're taking this globally. We have people throughout the diaspora, throughout the Caribbean, and even right here in Grenada, who are glued to their sets now for this, would have made preparations for today, are making preparations for next week, and all of the other events coming up. So the broadcast has also added to that to get the diaspora involved and to make their contribution.
Well, I hope the gentleman doesn't get upset when I call him by a first name basis, Mr. Ritchie. But he will be playing an integral role in the broadcast of Carifta, and not only across the region, but across the globe for this year's edition, because we have never really had Carifta broadcast on a global level. And this is what we want to do. And why not start with a gentleman that does it on a regular basis? So that's one partnership that we look to see how it works out for Carifta.
So thank you very much, Mr. Williams. We do want to thank you for stopping by and for sharing this valuable information. We're delighted to hear that everything is in place and all systems are just about ready. There are no critical paths, no issues that are of major concern. And so we look forward to a great and successful Carifta Games 2026.
All right, thank you for having me so much.
So viewers, we were just chatting there with Mr. Brendan Williams, a native of Dominica, the president of Dominica Athletics, and also a Carifta organizational delegate. And the good news is that Grenada is far ahead and well prepared to host Carifta 2026. No news to us really, but comforting to hear that from the organizers of Carifta 2026. Even better news, TNR Communication will be involved in the broadcast. Well, we go back on the track for the 4x100 meters on the U13 Boys. And join me here in the commentary position. As we look at the teams here, we see sprinters inside there. Momentum, actually, in the purple and green in the lead now. McDonald College is also there. South St. George Government School continuing to be impressive, but it is momentum. Momentum. McDonald College and South St. George having a battle here in second and third position. The final handover now. McDonald College seemingly is in the lead, followed by South St. George, but it is McDonald College with a 7-meter lead over Springs Government School. McDonald College for the victory for the first of 2 flights in the boys 4x100 meter under 13 category. John, the excitement continues. The boys having their fair share of it. McDonald College, that's their first victory for the day, if I can recall. And so they're into the money bag as well.
Yeah, certainly a good run there, a spirited run from the McDonald College. Everything just going so well. You have that runner coming in, and the lead-off runner, he was just able to get himself into that good position to collect that baton. And really, you can see that he was determined that no one was going to catch him. Exchange of baton and down the road. McDonald College 54.72.
Well, as the lights turn on, the action continues, the momentum continues to build. The rhythm section in full flight. Spectators glued to the track. The athletes for the under 13 girls. As the under 15 girls are on the track now, so the events are flowing very, very smoothly now. Did have some hiccups earlier in the day, but since the intermission, some of these issues seem to have been resolved and the events are flowing rather smoothly now. So we will see South City Rising Stars, Fusion Athletics, Community Club, Sprinters, Finish Line, and Track Blazers out there in lane 7. They're on the starters orders. Yeah, they're up and running. A nice clean start here. Let's see who makes up the early starter. It's a close one here. But it looks like Fusion Athletics in 3 making up the starter nicely here. It is indeed Fusion Athletics here, but Sprinters is also there and looking good. But Track Blazers on the outside out there in lane 7 in the lead at the moment. About to make the second handover now. It is Track Blazers, but Fusion Athletics on the inside is also looking good in lane 3. Track Blazers on the outside in the lead, but Sprinters is making a good run back as well. They run the turn almost in a straight line and making the final handover now, going down the home straight. It's going to be a close one, but Fusion Athletics with a slender lead here in lane 3. Fusion Athletics pulling away now. St. David's Track Blazers running back for the second position, but it is Fusion Athletics, Track Blazers, and Sprinters to pick up the third position.
Yeah, really good run there from Fusion Athletic. They left it just to the nick of time. As we look at the replay, and you would see that they were right there, thereabout. And St. David's Fusion handover made by Fusion first completed. And from there, you can see that there was just focus on getting up to that finish line. Good smooth running there, the arms, the legs, everything in good poetic motion. As she got to the line, looking composed, looking relaxed. Fusion Athletics.
Well, another competitive relay comes to an end in the under 15 girls category. That was the first of 2 flights. So we're still going to see 5 more clubs competing in the second flight. Time to beat is 52.64 seconds. That's the time to beat for the big money. And the girls under 15 4x100 meters. John, so a while ago I was doing the interview with Mr. Williams, and he did express his overall satisfaction in terms of the level of preparations for CARIFTA 2026. And this is indeed good news for us.
Yeah, it certainly is good news. Well, you know, Leslie, from 2024, Carifta, Grenada takes Carifta very seriously.
We're going to come back to that as we go back trackside for the second of two flights in the 4x100 meters on the 15 girls. We have in this one Boca Secondary School, SJC St. George, MacDonald College, Convent Grenville, and the SAS is also registered here. Well, there they go. SAS out there in lane 6, setting some distance between herself and St. Joseph Convent Grenville. MacDonald College is also there in lane 4, but SAS is out with a good lead. MacDonald College in second, Convent Grenville in third, Convent St. George in fourth. But SAS looking good. The call goes for up. There goes Gary Walker of SAS. And SAS has a commanding lead over MacDonald College. Walker to make the final handover now, and that looks like Haley Tyrrell. There's not going to be catching Haley Tyrrell here today. One of the fastest sub-juniors we have on the island. She's been chased down here by MacDonald College, but Haley Tyrrell is going to bring it home quite easily with 40 meters maybe over MacDonald College. A walk in the park for the SAS team, I would think. More money in the bag for SAS. MacDonald College picked up the second position, and St. Joseph Convent St. George picking up the third position.
Certainly a good strong run there, 49.91 from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. A really dominant performance. This quartet is a quartet that you need to look out for. To have Haley Tyrrell, Denise Mitchell, Gavia Walker, and Kenida Modest. I mean, you're talking quality athletes who have already staked a claim on the sub-junior category.
Well, Haley Tyrrell has done a 12:46 for the season already. She's in tremendous form this year.
So certainly you need to be aware. Oh, there come Intercall Games 2026. Those girls rather, I'm sorry, the girls, the timing seems to just reflect that of the boys.
So John, what we're going to do, we have another special guest here with us, and I'm sure the viewers would love to hear from him as well. We've heard it from the NACAC and the Carifta side. We'd love to hear it also from the local side. Yeah. So momentarily, we're going to speak with the president of the Grenada Athletics Association, Mr. Conrad Francis, and he's going to give us his own impression and assessment of our readiness for Carifta 2026. In and between the interview, we will still bring you the events on the track as the boys get ready for the 4x100 meter relay in the under 15 category. In the first flight, we will see SAS, MacDonald College, St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Boca Secondary. Sorry, that was the assignment for the girls. We will see South City Rising Stars, Carriacou Community Club, Fusion Athletics, GBSS, Finish Line, MacDonald College, SAS, and Sprinters Athletics Club. So I want to say a special welcome to Mr. Conrad Francis, the president of the Grenada Athletics Association. Conrad, no stranger to these microphones. We have you here every year for all of the events organized by the GAA. And before we go into Carifta preparation, of course, we want to hear from you in terms of what is happening here today with the IMA National Relay Meet and your overall impression of what has happened so far.
So, pleasant good night to you, Smith. Pleasant good night to everyone in the diaspora. Just to see Smith, it's nice to see you. It's the first time I'm seeing you here for for all the meets that we've had. You know, I think you have been surely missed, and it's nice to see you back on air.
Right, wonderful, and thank you so much. Well, Conrad, we've seen some superb performances here today as the athletes. Maybe most of them not yet peaking, just preparing and maybe gauging themselves for a very competitive season, I would want to call it. And you must have seen some good prospects and some bright spots.
Yeah, well, there are some very talented athletes, very young athletes. And we have been looking at them since October, from our very first mini-meet, right? And as you are well aware, we had 5 of those meets, and there is an abundance of talent, today there's no shortage of talent, and you know, although they are within a team event today, but you can still see some of them excelling, and the future is very bright for track and field in Grenada, especially in the sprints division. You know.
So we're going to come back to you, Conrad, as the athletes get ready for the first of 2 flights in the under 15 boys relay. We have Community Club. Sorry, there's going to be 1 flight, Community Club, Fusion, GBSS, Finish Line, McDonald College, SAS Sprinters, and South City. They're up and running here now. And let's see who makes up the early stagger. GBSS making up the stagger on Finish Line nice. So too is SAS on Sprinters as they make the first handover. SAS comes out good. So too is GBSS. McDonald College in the mix as well. It's going to be a battle going down that back straight, but SAS has a slender lead over GBSS. The second handover here now. GBSS fumbles badly here. SAS goes out in a flash. SAS in the lead over GBSS. GBSS still switching the batter from left to right, losing valuable seconds as they make the final over. GBS hands over first. SAS fumbles a little bit. GBSS in the lead. SAS is making a run back, but it is GBSS over SAS. They're going to battle for the finish line. SAS is closing in very quickly. SAS and GBSS. It looks like GBSS over SAS, but an exciting conclusion to the 4x100 meters under 15 boys category. And what we have seen here is a prelude to what we will see for Intercall 2026. Conrad, you mentioned some bright prospects and some great events and good raw talent. And this race here just epitomized that and brought it out into sharp focus. But I want us to move on to the Investment Migration Agency, the second day of sponsoring, being the prime sponsor of the National Relay Meet. You must be very satisfied and pleased with the contributions and the difference that they have made to this particular event.
Yes, we are very satisfied. And you can see they are not only a sponsor where they put the money where the mouth is, but they are very active in the whole
Okay, I want to pause, Conrad, just to give you the results. We thought it was GBSS from our vantage point, but it's actually SAS who won this one in 46.43, GBSS in 46.44. That's how close it was. McDonald College in third with 48.62. So, the fans from SAS must be very delighted. I'm thinking that any one of these schools that got the edge over the other one would think they will have bragging rights on this event. These 2 schools continue to battle even here at the National Relay Meet. But it was that close from my vantage point. I thought it was GBSS. See the SAS athlete actually looking over. But again, the photo finish indicating that the torso of the SAS athlete was indeed ahead of GBSS. So Conrad, we are again speaking about IMA's contribution.
Yeah, their contribution is tremendous. And I was saying that they not only a sponsor that put the money where the mouth is, but they are actively involved in the whole planning and execution of the games. And we are very, very, very grateful for that. They came on board. This is the second year they came on board after we had a little hiatus of about 2 years when we were in the process of rebranding. Because as you know, this game started 32 years ago. And so it is very important that they have come on board so that we could have the continuation of this very important games on our calendar of events.
So again, we say kudos to IMA, but I want us to move on now to the big one, Carifta Easter weekend. And we had with us a while ago Mr. Brandon Williams from the organization committee, and he did express, his own views on Carifta. But I want to hear from you, Conrad, in terms of the preparation leading up to Carifta. Where are we? How satisfied is the GAA with what is happening at this point in time?
Yeah, well, we are very satisfied, and we think that we are in a good place. And I just want to see that we have always been very confident that we can put off a successful games, because when we were asked to host the games, yes, we never envisaged that we would be hosting the games in 2026. But when we were called upon, we thought it worth some consideration, and it was proposed to the government of the day, and they agreed to assist.
We're going to come back to you, Conrad, as we look at the 4x100 meters under 17 girls. We have Boca Secondary Trailblazers, McDonald College, South City Rising Stars, Convent Grenville 473 MVP, and the SAS is also supposed to be here in lane 6. Well, there they are on the second handover now. 473 MVP fumbling badly here. St. David's Trailblazers looking good. So too is South City Rising Stars, and the finish line on the inside also looking good as they make that final handover now. It is finish line. Trailblazers trailing somewhere behind. South City Rising Stars contesting for second, but it is finish line with a comfortable win indeed in this 4x100 meters. Not very often you see that margin of victory in a 4x100 meters, but a strong run here by Kylie Williams to finish for finish line. Kylie Williams of the Anglican High School for South City Rising Stars, I beg your pardon. And this is our anchor here from finish line.
I think that's
yeah, Conrad, you were expressing your views in terms of our level of readiness for Carifta 2026.
Yeah. So, yeah, as I was saying, once we got the go-ahead from our government to go ahead and organize the games, we are very confident that we can do a good job of it, because really and truly, we had all our systems in place. I mean, the template was there, and it was just a matter of executing it, and I think we are ready. The technical delegates and so on who are still here, they spent the last couple of days in Grenada. They also expressed the view that they think that we are ready after looking at all our systems in place.
Well, Mr. Williams was here, and I didn't want to mention that to you. He did say that they are pretty much very satisfied with the level of preparation in terms of the facilities, the accommodation, and all of the logistics. Similarly is in place. What I want us to maybe look at now, Conrad, is the level of our preparation for the athletes. We know that we have national champs next weekend, but what has been happening from the national level, from the Athletics Association, in preparing those elite athletes, if you can call them that, for Carifta 2026?
Well, as I said, we had a series of 5 developmental meets, and all of this was geared towards preparing our athletes for the season so that the coaches can really monitor and evaluate their training programs as they go along. And all this was in preparation for all the meets coming up for the season, inclusive of Carifta. In fact, we selected a pre-selection team which went into training every Saturday from it was sometime in October. They came together every Saturday, and in December we had a camp at Nulo for that pre-selection team to really start to fine-tune the team for Carifta. And next week we have national championships, and from that our Carifta team will be selected. After that we have intercall, where some of the athletes will still be looked at, especially those who did take part in our developmental meets and national championships.
All right, so we're going to come back to the Carifta selection, because this is always a concern. But we're getting set for the 4x100 meter relay under 17. We have the Carriacou Community Club, SAS is there as well, GBSS, Velocity Track Club, and South City Rising Stars. Another matchup here again between SAS and GBSS in lanes 4 and 5 respectively. As they're up and running, a nice clean start here. GBSS already making up the stagger, and South City Rising Stars is evenly matched between GBSS and SAS at the moment. A nice clean transition here by SAS. They go down the back straight. GBSS with a slight lead. South City Rising Stars in third. SAS in second. The second and over now. They are still neck and neck here. Who is going to gain the ascendancy? SAS is closing in on GBSS. SAS with a slender lead now, the final hand over. Let's see who comes out. They take it around the same time. Karshe is there. Karshe Stephen. Philip Mitchell. Philip Mitchell over Karshe Stephen. Philip Mitchell of SAS is pulling away from Karshe Stephen, and a comfortable victory in the end. Much people came to see a matchup between Philip Mitchell and Karshe Stephen, and that's just a prelude of these two athletes. They battled last year, they will continue to battle this year, and Philip Mitchell would have bragging rights today, together with his team SAS over Karshe and the GBSS quartet. So Conrad, I want to get back to the selection of the team, because every year we hear these comments coming from the track and field followers. If you select the character team at national champs and athletes emerge from intercall or any event that happens after intercall, what consideration is given for them? And I'm happy that you said a while ago that you will still look at them during the intercall games, especially if they would have participated in the developmental meets that you've had, because that has always been a concern, and people are also concerned about the deadline for selecting or nominating the team to NACAC and all of that. So I'm sure the fans who are out there are pleased to hear that intercall can also be used to fine-tune and to finalize the team for character.
Yes, but we do have a clause in there. And that clause comes from a policy that we've had over the years. And that is you must participate, would have participated in our developmental meets and also our national championships. If you have a very good performance at intercall, you will be considered to be included in the team if you have had an excuse why you did not participate at our national championships. I mean, you have a medical certificate, so we would consider that, we will look at it and draft you. But I also want to say that very critical is the deadline for the entries at CARIFTA. Very critical, because as a matter of fact, the deadline for CARIFTA, I think, is the 16th of March. That's the deadline.
And
so you see
intercall
how
is right after that,
intercall
right?
is the 17th and the 17th
But
to the
we
19th.
have an opportunity,
right?
Conrad, because we are
So-
hosting the games, to maybe have a larger field, a larger team than normally if you're traveling, especially if you're traveling very far, north of the Caribbean, etc. How much consideration is given to hosting the games and having a larger outfit?
Yes, well, this will be our fourth.
So I just want to pause here. There seems to have been a disqualification of SAS in the 4x100 meter relay in flight 1 of the 2 flights. And so the official results posted on the board indicates that GBSS with 43.64 would be the winner. Velocity would be second. So there may have been a lane infringement. If you look back here, there were several steps onto the lane, and that is not allowed. That's very unfortunate for SAS. He would have to go back and get much more familiar with the rules here. You only allow 2 steps onto the lane for the entire team, and he alone had maybe more than 2. So a disqualification for SAS here, and that's the benefit of the referee that we have here that reviews every race, looks at every leg, looks at everything that happens. And we see here the disqualification of SAS in that relay. This is the second of the 2 flights in the 4x1 under 17. So we now have Fusion Athletics, Track Blazers, Top Flight, McDonald College, and Finish Line. The time to beat, I think it was 46.24. Fumble here from one of the starters, but there they go up front. It is Finish Line out there in lane 6. For Sandover, it is Finish Line fumbles badly. I'm sure they're outside of the transition zone. And Fusion Athletics on the inside looking good as well. But here comes St. David's Track Blazers. But way up front is Finish Line. Finish Line in the lead here. Running a good bend to his finish line. But St. David's Track Blazers is eating up. An athlete from Fusion is pulling up here. It seems like a hamstring. Finish Line having major issues in this race. St. David's Track Blazers emerging in the lead here now, going down the back straight and heading to the finish line. I am almost certain that it's going to be a lot of review here for the officials up here in the replay and the video room, especially with what has happened with finish line throughout this event. So a good win for St. David's Trailblazers. We look to see what time, 45.77, a little bit slower than GBSS. And so GBSS will be judged the winner in this one. But a lot of issues here for finish line in this one. St. David's Trailblazers was always gaining ground on them. And even on the final handover here now, you see again a lot of mix-up here, running into another lane as well. And I'm sure the officials are having another look at that and will determine the final outcome. But there was no issues at all with St. David's Trailblazers, a clear victory, a comfortable victory as well. And they would have to maybe settle for second position, considering that GBSS had a much faster time in the first of the two flights. Conrad, finally, anything that you would like to share with us concerning CARIFTA 2026?
Well, I just want to say we encourage everybody, all those who have not bought their tickets yet, please go out and do so, because I'm sure you'll want to have a very good seat. So please go out and get your tickets. I think there's still a lot of tickets available. So we really want all of our people to come out and give their support. Our team will need your support. And in 2024, the patrons were great, but I think in 2026, it will be greater.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Conrad Francis, President of the Grenada Athletics Association, and for giving us the reassurance and comfort that all is in place for a very successful hosting of CARIFTA 2026. What we're going to do now, viewers, we're going to go down to the house microphone for another presentation of prize money to the winners of events completed post the intermission earlier today. We'll be with more live track and field action as soon as it resumes.
And your winner from the St. Joseph Convent, Grenville, Fiona Jackson. The winners of Event 1, the girls' javelin throw under 17. Medal presentation for Event 4, boys' high jump open. It's a four-way tie for second position. Timothy Greenwich, Michael Gidhari. Second position also Zidane Rennie. Also in second position, Jamal Neckles, a height of 1.85 meters. And your winner, Joshua Telesford, Fusion Athletics. He won that event in a height of 1.90 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the winners for Event 4, Boys High Jump Open. Prize ceremony for Event 3, the Boys Triple Jump Open. Third position, Timothy Greenwich, South City Rising Stars, 13.66 meters. Second position, from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Rick Cadet, 14.06 meters. And your winner, also from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Christoph Kalis, 14.78 meters. The winners of Event 3, Boys Triple Jump Open. Medal ceremony, prize giving ceremony for Event 16, Mixed 4x400 meter run relay open. Third position, St. David's Trailblazers, 3 minutes, 58.48 seconds. Second position, Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars, 3 minutes, 48.09 seconds. And your winner, Classic Lighting Finish Line Athletic Sports Club. 3 minutes, 35.56 seconds. The winners of event 16, mixed 4x400 meter relay open. Medal presentation for event 17, the girls 4x100 meter relay under 9. Third position, Sprinters Athletics Club. Sprinters Athletics in third position. 1 minute, 14.34 seconds. Second position, Runners Athletics. 1 minute, 11.71 seconds. And your winner, Classic Lighting South St. George Government School. 1 minute, 10.02 seconds. The winners of event 17, the girls 4x100 meter relay on the 9. Prize ceremony for event 18, the boys 4x100 meter on the 9. Third position, Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars. 1 minute, 5.10 seconds. Second position, Sprinters Athletics Club. 1 minute, 2.26 seconds. And the winner, Classic Lighting 473 MVP. 1 minute, 2.606 seconds. Your winners for event 18, 4x100 meter on the 9. Prize ceremony for event 19, the girls 4x100 meter on the 11. Third position, Top Flight Athletics Club. 1.01 seconds. Second position, South St. George Government School, 1.01 seconds. And your winner, the Southern Southern Pros, 1.01 seconds. The winners for event 19. Prize ceremony for event 20. Boys 4x100 meter relay on the 11. Third position, Classic Lighting Finish Line Athletics Club. 1 minute, 0.84 seconds. Second position, in a time of 1 minute, 42 seconds, Runners Athletics Club. And your winner, in a time of 1 minute and 24 seconds, Top Flight Athletics Club. These are the winners of event 20, the boys 4x100 meter relay on the 11. Prize ceremony for event 21, the girls 4x100 meter relay on the 13. Third position, McDonald College, 55.71 seconds. Second position, Sprinters Athletics Club, 55.38 seconds. And your winner, Classic Lighting 473 MVP, in a time of 55.29 seconds. The winners of event 21, the girls 4x100 meter relay under 13. Prize ceremony for the boys 4x100 meter relay under 13. Event 22. Third position, St. David's Track Blazers, 54.85 seconds. Second position, McDonald College, 54.72 seconds. And your winner, in a time of 54.60 seconds, Sprinters Athletics Club, your winners of event 22, the boys 4x100 meter relay under 13. Prize ceremony for event 23, girls 4x100 meter relay under 15. Third position, Fusion Athletics Club, 52.64 seconds. Second position, McDonald College, 52.13 seconds. And your winner, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, 49.91 seconds. Your winners of event 23, the girls 4x100 meter relay under 15. Prize ceremony for event 24, the boys 4x100 meter relay under 15. Third position, Fusion Athletics Club, 48.68 seconds. Second position, McDonald College, and your winner, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, 46.43 seconds. The winners of event 24, the boys 4x100 meter relay. Prize ceremony for event 25, the girls 4x100 meter relay under 17. Third position, St. David's Track Blazers, 51.44 seconds. Second position, South City Rising Stars, 51.32 seconds. And the winner, Finish Line Athletics Club, 49.13 seconds. Prize ceremony for event 26. The boys 4x100 meter relay under 17. Third position, St. David's Track Blazers, 45.77 seconds. Second position, Velocity Track Club. And your winner, the Grenada Boys Secondary School, 43.64 seconds. This concludes the prize ceremony for the second prize ceremony for the IMA Relays 2026. We want to thank very much Mr. Thomas Anthony, representative of the IMA Grenada, and Mr. Mike Sands, our president of NACAC.
Athletics lovers, it's that time of the year again for the much anticipated and
So that was the completion of the prize ceremony. And again, the number of the clubs going home with some good earnings. At the end of this, the IMA National Relay Meet 2026. It's been an afternoon, evening of really good, keen athletic competition among the clubs. We're not done yet. We still have a few more to go. And the excitement will continue. I know that the rhythm section, they're going to get themselves started again in a short while. But there are athletes on the track and we're ready to go, Bunstein.
Oh yes, we're back again. This time we're starting with event number 27. That's the girls 4x100 meter relay for under 20. Here we're going to see finish line in lane 3, track blazers, lane 4, in lane 5, St. Joe's Convent, Grenville, and the McDonald College will be in lane 6. That will be your field for event number 27, the girls 4x100 meter dash, 4x100 meter relay for under 20.
Well, they're on the starters orders.
But it's the boys.
So the boys go. Here they go. It seems to be McDonald College on the outside. And here is SAS on the inside. Ace Track Club also there. As the handover is about to be made, it's Christophe Calise for SAS. Here goes, that looks like Ned. And the handover made. Transition going. Here comes Fusion Athletic. Fusion, Ace. Here comes SAS. It's Fusion. Fusion Athletic will take this one. Ethan Sam anchoring Fusion Athletic in the boys under 20. 4x1. That was a good run.
Yes, indeed, a good run. It was the boys 4x100 meter relay under 20. That was flight 1 of 2. And the winner there being Fusion Athletic. Look at the final leg there. Ethan Sam representing Fusion. Then we had Ace and SAS finishing with Daryl Daniel. Sam in cruise control, winning there. Daniel for SAS in second place. Your winning time 41.17 seconds for Fusion Athletic. SAS 41.67 and Ace 41.79.
Yeah, really good, strong run there from Fusion Athletic. Sam really anchoring well to ensure that Fusion Athletic come home winners in this one. 41.17.
So 41.17, the time to beat if you want to get the top prize for the 4x100 meter relay for under 20 male.
So
we're getting ready for the second flight.
So flight 2, we will see GBSS coming up against Classic Lighting MVP.
So it's a two-team race, but in reality, they're racing against flight 1. And here comes lane 6. That's Velocity. Now, there seem to be other athletes. They were out of our shot, but we now see GBSS in lane 4. Classic Lighting MVP in lane 5, in lane 6. Velocity Track Club, and in lane 7, Track Blazers.
Well, certainly some athletes that have made their name will be here. Quinel Pear, Josh Thomas for the GBSS. Christosian Henry, he will be running for Classic Lighting MVP. You have Ruben Labista. He will be running for Velocity Track Club. Crelon Moses and Tevez Newton for the St. David Track Blazers. Tariq McSween is still here and running at the under 20 boys.
So we look at lane 4, GBSS there. And we seem to have a false start in this one. Let's see what the officials are going to say about this. So it's GBSS in lane 4. Lane 5, MVP, but it seemed to be the movement came from lane 7. That's Track Blazers.
Yeah, Johnson Lewis on there, just fidgeting there a bit. Waiting on the umpires and the judges to determine. But clearly you can see it on your screen. He was first to move. So the officials will confer.
I don't think we've had a disqualification for false start for the evening. I know we've had some disqualifications for lane infractions and so on. But let's see what the decision is. So we're getting ready for section 2 of the boys 4x100 meter relay for under 20. A nervous looking Johnson Lewis on there.
Certainly nervous moments. Knows the infringement, and so he's just waiting to see that maybe he's favored.
I'm not seeing any of the officials in a hurry. Johnson is counting on his lucky stars. I'm seeing his silent prayer. If he has any special angel to call upon.
And the hands on the head and
the
he's
head.
hoping. So the card will come.
I see red, so that means Johnson will have to leave the track.
Yeah,
it's tough, but it's unfortunate, but he'll learn from this. He definitely will. So we're left with 3. It's GBSS, MVP, and Velocity.
Well, it's 3, but in essence,
it's a race
4,
against it's
because you
flight
have
one.
to race the clock.
Yeah, you got a clock to race. So as we come down to the closing moments of what has been an exciting day's relay meet, we've still got some relays to go. Almost probably at least 8 to 10 relays to go. So we still have some action, something to celebrate. So let's get back on the track. And they're off. Here they go. And making up the staggers on MVP is GBSS. But Velocity is holding his own there. But GBSS is moving. Yeah, first handover is GBSS Velocity. MVP with some misses, but it's GBSS going past Velocity. This is GBSS coming to the next handover. Here they go again. Velocity is losing some pace. GBSS now running against the clock as we come to the final handover. It's GBSS. Look like Kamal Joseph there. It's GBSS. It's GBSS. Taking it. Kamal Joseph running strong, running proud, stepping over the line now. Velocity in second position. Let's see the time.
Yeah, this is what is going to be important here. The time will determine who wins this one. 42.07 for the GBSS. So it still says that Fusion Athletic, they will be the eventual winners. And second position will be going to the Ace Track Club, 41.61. And I make it GBSS 42.07. Should be there for the third.
So 42.07 for GBSS. Let's see how that will rank. We'll have to wait on the official result for the event to know where this time 42.07 ranks with the first flight of
So we're getting ready for another of the big ones. It's the boys 4x1 20 plus. And I can tell you there's a lot of rivalry here. You have the likes of Antoine Blackett, Samuel Green, Paul Matthew, Marshall Francois, G. Philip. Shalani Franklin is there, Akil Francis. And Akil has been off the scene for a while, but it's good to see that he's there.
It's good to see that we have a number of teams being represented here in the 20 plus men. We were unable to have teams in an earlier race, so now it's quite a wonderful sight to see that they're out. So we'll see Velocity in lane 2, Fusion Athletic in lane 3, Ace will be running out of lane 4, lane 5, Classic Lighting Finish Line, and the Classic Lighting South City will be running out of lane 6. So a lot of big guns in this one. It's going to be an exciting race. Let's get ready for some action on track. So on lead off for Fusion, we see Samuel Green there in lane 3. He should be led off by DeAndre Andel. Finish line on the lead off, we should have Aviel Williams Jr. and Jelani Franklin should be on lead off for South City Rising Stars. And they're ready to go. Four teams. Velocity, Ace, Finish Line, South City Rising Stars. And there they go. Here's the 4x100 meters one for 20 plus. Already making up the star guides. Green of Fusion, the first hand over, it's Fusion. On the outside, South City, but Fusion on the inside. It's Fusion chasing South City on the outside, but making another handover. It's still Fusion. Ace is on his heels there. Ace and Fusion. It's Fusion and Ace in the final handover. The anchor. And here we go. It's Fusion. Fusion. Ace is right there, but Fusion is going to hold on. Fusion will take it to the finish line. Fusion. Ace. Fusion, your winner.
Yeah, good strong run there from Fusion Athletic. Samuel Green with a good strong start and really setting the pace for the remainder of the teams. As you see the final handover coming up shortly, you can see that Fusion Athletic already has that lead, and there is no holding back here. Baton pass just about now. And there he goes, arms pumping, legs pumping, really looking smooth, looking controlled. He pushes to that line. Ace giving good challenge.
Yeah, Michael Francois from Ace giving good challenge there, but couldn't catch on to Fusion. 41.45, your winning time for Fusion Athletic and the boys 4x100 meter relay 20 plus. Ace in second position, 41.87, and Classic Lighting South City 44.27 in third position. Your monetary winners.
Certainly some bragging rights out there along with some cash.
It will put some smiles and some on the faces of some of the coaches and also the athletes. They'll be happy as the fans are showing their glee and their excitement, having looked on for a number of hours, and they're still all glued to the activities on the track. No one is leaving because it's definitely a day full of excitement, family fun. And it's always good to see the fans out in their glory, enjoying themselves. Even the little ones are there, the tiny tots enjoying themselves. No one is dozing off. Athletics keep you on your feet, and the rhythm section is pumping and keeping us alive, keeping the vibes going. They've been here since early, and they kept going. I wonder what they're drinking.
Well, it has to be something that they either drink, eat, or maybe it's just the extra motivation of seeing the fans as they come in. You know, they share the energy.
Or maybe they're solar powered.
They share the energy of the fans. You can see the young ones, they're just enjoying the rhythm.
Oh yes, that's the spirit.
Nothing keeps you going like energy.
It's the IMA Rainbow City All-Stars rhythm section, keeping the place alive as we get down to another of the exciting relays.
Well, we're getting ready. There's 6 more events on track. It's 3 by the calculation, but you have 2 flights, so we count it as 6. So certainly it's gonna be the mecca of all events, the 4x4s, the one-lappers as we would call them.
So we're getting ready for the 4x4s. So we were expecting a medal, well, not a medal presentation, but a monetary rewards presentation. And this should be coming up shortly.
So you're not missing anything. We will go ahead as we look forward to that prize giving ceremony. And following that, we will bring you action in the 4x4s.
So it has been an interesting day, exciting, and time was never the essence here today, because from the get-go it was action and it just continued. The pace was warm, then it got hotter, and it just continued. The pace just continued throughout. All the fans seem to be happy. The athletics have had a high standard, and good signs for the future.
Yeah, certainly good signs for the future as you look at the fans there, just taking in the action. You can imagine they're in the stadium, but they're still locked into TNR communication and taking in the vibes, ensuring that you know, they let the persons know, hey, I'm here, I'm at the National Stadium, and you need to see me in my glory.
Oh yes, some of the fans are I guess those from home are maybe calling and say, hey, I'm seeing you live on TNR Communications.
The rhythm section continues to go. It's all about the action, it's all about the vibes of the IMA National Relay Meets, and I think the objective has been met. The stadium is jumping, the place is heated, everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. So certainly having the rhythm section, it has added value to today's meet.
Yeah, I think the organizers must be happy to see what today's event has turned out to be. There'll be no regrets, and all that can happen is for this event to move from strength to strength. It's big already, so it can only get bigger. It's great, and it can only get greater.
I quite agree with you there. All about the energy.
And the little ones, they really got energy.
So maybe we will see, maybe the spectators get an opportunity to win some cash next year.
That's a beautiful idea. You got to get it on board with the organizers.
Yeah, It's all about the energy of the national relay meets, sponsored by the IMA. Getting ready for some 400 events. We have 3 of them, but each carry 2 sections.
We are seeing some movements of the athletes.
Yeah, they all start at the same point and they make one lap. So we're back with you as the rhythm section continues to fill the place with the energy. Certainly they're going and they seem to be like the Energizer bunnies. They don't want to stop.
Well, John, they have every reason to be doing that. We saw some very exciting relays, and some of the secondary schools, the perennial powerhouses, the SAS, the GBSS, were featured in some of those relays, and they really energized and electrified the spectators that are here. So the momentum has been built, and it's just a steady flow of the excitement.
Well, certainly from here on in, it's going to be some excitement at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. You have next weekend, the national championships will be coming. I'm going to imagine that will have some excitement. Then you have the primary school games coming short right after that, the next week following. And so it's going to be action upon action upon action until you get to the 17th, 18th, and 19th.
What I know for sure, John, a lot of persons who had certain perceptions about intercall might be thinking differently now. Either way of the spectrum, based on who they are supporting, both in the male and female categories, because we've seen a lot of emerging talent here, and we've seen some scores been settled. You know, so I'm sure a lot of people are having alternative thoughts with regards to their original predictions for some of these games, intercall and the national primary school games.
Well, I want to agree with you there, Leslie. I think there must be a rethink when you look at the way the points could be dispersed. You look at a track club like Velocity out of St. Mark's, really contending here. So it tells you that, hey, you got to look out for the schools along that side. You know, you see the Anglican High School in and between some of these clubs here, whether it is the South City Rising Stars, whether it is the Finish Line. You know, so you're seeing a bit and a mix when it comes to these athletes.
Absolutely, I can't agree with you more. The rhythm section seems to have just subsided a bit here as we're getting ready for some more action on the track. See a number of athletes making their way onto the track. The girls are there for the 4x400 meters open. That will be the first of the remaining set of events. Earlier today we saw a mixed 4x4. Now we have the straight female 4x4. It's an open event, not in the various categories as we were having earlier on today. So this event, we have on the schedule 2 flights, but I think they have actually integrated and merged the 2 flights. So we should have here finish line, McDonald College, Runners Athletics Club, Track Blazers, South City Rising Stars, and Sprinters. These are the clubs that are registered for the 4x400 meters relay open. So Sprinters was originally scheduled to be the 2nd flight, and South City Rising Stars likewise. So that's why we are saying that there seems to be a merger of the 2 flights. We're only going to have 1 flight, finals, for the 4x400 meters relay open for girls. Yeah.
Certainly, finish line. They took the honors last season in this event, and I'm anticipating that they're gonna look to take this again. You look at the likes of Annalisa Brown, you look at Annie Loki, they are there, and so one will expect to keep their eyes focused on finish line. And here they go. First leg of the 4x400 open girls. Let's see how they go. Sprinters Athletic still has a substantial lead. So right away, Sprinters just looking maybe to set the pace. Good smooth run, but here comes finish line on the inside. Finish line is there. As the stagger is made up, it's going to be finish line taking over. It's Annie Logie on the first leg for the Classic Lighting finish line. McDonald College just making a move on the inside. But Sprinters trying to hold off as the handover is made. And there goes Finish Line Athletic. Finish line is gone. Here comes McDonald College in David Track Blazers. Sprinters Athletic.
It's Sprinters Athletics on the 2nd leg here in the lead. Looks like Annalisa Brown. No, it's not Annalisa Brown, but it could be here Kelana Alexander. It is actually Kelana Alexander for Finish Line who is leading on the 2nd leg. She looks very comfortable indeed, with an immense amount of lead here over McDonald College. Make it about 50 or 40 meters lead, but a good run back here by St. David's Track Blazers. Moving almost into 2nd position now, but it is Alexander for Finish Line who is going to bring the batter home first for her teammate.
And the handover is made, and so still Finish Line with just about 40 meters lead and seem to be extending that lead. It's going to about 50-60 now, so certainly Finish Line is gone. They're out there. So we look at Soraya Phillip with the baton, and she's already at the 200-meter mark. St. David Track Blazers in 2nd. Keep your eyes on Soraya Phillip. She looks composed, she looks focused, she looks strong as she comes around the bend. And you can see her, she's relaxed as possible. Arms pumping as we have a change in 2nd position. South City Rising Stars coming into 2nd position. But it's all about Finish Line, the defending champions, Annalisa Brown.
Well, it's curtains call if you want to call it that. Annalisa Brown is no slouch with the baton in her hand, and she has a commanding lead over McDonald College and then St. David's Track Blazers. But look at that here. He's going to take a Herculean effort almost a miracle to catch Annalisa Brown as she is well composed, well focused to bring home the baton for her club finish line. Annalisa Brown it is, rounding the turn and about to enter into the home straight with her eyes on the finish line. She is running against the clock here. There is no competition in sight at all, as she has just about 80 meters remaining in the 4x400 meters open for girls. Annalisa Brown of finish line is powering her way to the finish line. A comfortable win. She's still going all that she has. Annalisa Brown wins it. St. David's Trailblazers is there. McDonald College was there. South City Rising Stars is also there. But it is McDonald College, I make it for the second position. And then we have St. David's Trailblazers and the finish line. A good start to the 4x400 meter relays, the open event for the girls. And the finish line dominating all those relays in the girls category. We saw them earlier on. They have some real depth and real strength, Bunstein, with Annalisa Brown, Annie Logie, Kelana Alexander, and Soraya. That quartet has been doing a phenomenal job for finish line.
Yes, finish line seem to have it under control. They seem to be well-oiled, a well-oiled machine when it comes to the relays, especially the distant relays. They have it down pat. I think that the coach should be very proud of what he has displayed here today, what his team, his grouping of athletes have displayed here today, especially the girls.
Well,
But,
kudos to Coach Charles of the Boca Secondary School. He's also the coach of Finish Line. And I can almost say that Finish Line, from what we saw here, Bunstein will go home with a fair share of the money on offer here today.
Oh, yes. The briefcase might be filled by now, so they'll be a happy bunch. They'll be a happy bunch. The coffers have been filled. Congratulations to Finish Line.
Boys getting ready now, Bunstein. It's going to be the under-17 boys. And again, we have two flights, but I think the two flights have been merged. And following this event, we'll have maybe the final event, which would be the 4x400 meters open for boys.
So we can see the GBSS.
GBSS
Top flight
is
there. Fusion. The community club out of Carriacou also there.
Trailblazers also
in
there.
the mix, yes.
SAS as well on the inside.
SAS is
So it's going to be SAS in 1, Community Club in 2, Trailblazers in 3, Top Flight in 4, GBSS in 5, Fusion Athletics in 6, and the South City Rising Stars in 7.
So that's the lineup for the under-17 boys, 4x400 meters. And this should be the penultimate event.
Once then, another prelude to what is to come during the rest of the season.
Oh yes, we are all thinking Intercall, the biggest prize of them all. And right now, there is no clear-cut winner that one could say, well, based on what they've seen today, that they know for certain who is going to take the championship this year. And this is a good thing. So we're getting ready for the relay. SAS in 1, Community Club in 2, Trailblazers in 3, Top Flight 4, GBSS 5, Fusion 6, and South City in lane 7. And here we go. The start of the boys 4x400 meters for under 17. St. David Trailblazers has made up the start already, and Top Flight. GBSS is in the middle of your track. And South City is out front. Here Fusion is making up some grounds on South City Rising Stars. It's Fusion Athletic at the moment.
trying to set themselves up for the rest of the race. So Fusion Athletic, GBSS is right there. South City Rising Stars on the outside. But it's GBSS and Fusion who's going to take it into the 100-meter track. GBSS it is, Fusion, all putting the pedal to the metal. It's GBSS. As we get ready for the first handover, it's GBSS, Fusion, St. David's Trailblazers as we go to the first handover.
Well, GBSS continues to lead this one over Fusion. St. David's Trailblazers in third, SAS in fourth. But GBSS has a good 10-meter lead over Fusion. They're going to scratch towards the lane one momentarily, with GBSS with a sizable lead here over Fusion. It's still early days to call this one. SAS in fourth. St. David's Trailblazers in third. This is GBSS here for you. A measure of concentration. He has about 30 meters over Fusion. A big lead indeed. A measurable one, but the rest of the field is closing in. Trailblazers closing in on Fusion. SAS is nicely positioned as well. It's going to be a close one. It started up very much in favor of GBSS, but the rest of the field is closing in. SAS has made a really good run back here. Having seen that they were in fourth position after the first leg, they were going to bring it in second here now, Bunstein.
It's GBSS and here comes SAS. So it's GBSS followed by St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Fusion.
But you missed a great race. SAS won comfortably in the end, maybe by a good 20, 30 meters over GBSS in this under 17 boys 4x400 meters. The quartet of Philip Mitchell and company was just too superior for the Cassius Stephen and his team as well. So I think we're down to the final event now, which would be the 4x400 meter relay open. And here we will see a lot of the athletes that are 20 plus and others maybe who couldn't get into the club team for the under 17 category and under 20 category. So they will be here. So John, welcome back as we go into the final event. Boy, we had some cracker of 4x400 meter events as well as the 4x100 meter events. The exciting relays, as we always say, and the bragging rights, the last event of the day, which is what leaves a good taste in everybody's mouth. What everybody remembers. We remember SJC from last year Intercall. We remember the McDonald Colleges of the years. We remember the Junior Charles and the Allen Francisques and all those who had phenomenal 4x400 meter races. And we're just about to witness another one.
Yeah, we're certainly going to witness another one. It's always one aspect of the games that you look forward to. It's about bragging rights. It's about who wins the battle and who wins the war. And I mean, it's always exciting, the 4x400. And I think over the years, persons have come to expect the 4x4s to really bring that excitement and that thrill.
So again, for those persons who lost internet connectivity, just to let you know that SAS was the winner in the under 17 boys 4x400 meters. We see you asking online, and it's no fault of ours here at the National Stadium. And maybe Blondell and the team might be able to get a little bit of the replay to the finish for you, just in case you didn't get a glimpse of that. But it's action-packed, it's electrifying activity here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, the IMA National Relay Meet. And we welcome you back next weekend for the Ariza National Championship and Carifta selection. Is going to be more action here, more individual events, 100, 200, 400, 800 meters and 1500 meter sprints, together with the exciting relays.
I'll tell you what, Leslie, I think the GAA is going to need to hire this rhythm section for the remaining events to come here at the National Stadium, because it certainly has done a good job today in terms of keeping the fans pumping, keeping the energy going. And I think everyone here is enjoying themselves, even the little ones. The toddlers among us are enjoying themselves.
So the big gunners are out on the track already for the 4x400 meters open. I see the likes of Ace Track Club, South City Rising Stars, Fusion is there, Mitchell and Company, GBSS is there as well. This is a race that Ace has dominated over the years, but we've seen Fusion doing extremely well. in these 20 plus events. We saw them earlier on today in the mixed relay, and they're back here again in the 4x4 Open for boys. So I'm sure it's going to be a battle between maybe an ace and a fusion. Not really all the others, but ace and fusion would be top contenders for this one, John.
Yes, certainly you have to keep your eyes on ace. They've been doing really well. Again, velocity will be featured. So, South City Rising Stars has been among, the top contenders. But certainly Fusion is the team I feel it's going to come down to Fusion and Ace in my prediction. We just may have something different, but I'm going with either of these two teams to win this one. And I'm going on the history that I've seen for the day, as we said.
So for you viewers online, we hear you for your request for the replay of the race, and what the production team has just indicated that right after this event, they are going to replay the 4x400 meters under 17. So please bear with us and have some patience. We're going to fulfill your request and have that race replayed for you right after this one.
So we're going to see the start of final event shortly. Lane 1, Ace. Lane 2, Top Flight in 2. McDonald College not here. Lane 3, Classic Lighting Finish Line. 4, Salt City Rising Stars. GBSS, they will be in 5. And Fusion Athletic in 6.
Well, lane 3 is scratched, so there is no finish line. I believe they have enough money for the day, John. They're conceding for somebody else to get a bit of the coffers that is on offer.
It's about the bragging rights. So we get into the final event, and they're off. Clean start. Let's see who will start the early runnings. Still even Stevens. As Fusion Athletic looking relaxed. They're looking good, looking composed. As GBSS looking to make a move here.
That's Juan Elpier of the GBSS.
And that's Pay of GBSS. And he's looking powerful, looking strong. Here comes Ace. Fusion is just falling back slightly as Pierre is bringing that gap.
So the first handover is just about completed now. GBSS in the lead. Ace is there. Also, it looks like a Top Flight. As they catch up on GBSS now, they're going to scratch towards the inside lane. Just about now. GBSS conceding the lead here now to Top Flight. Top Flight in the lead here. Ace is in nice contention as well. GBSS making a run back here now to regain the lead. It's a close one on this second leg. They're battling for the first opportunity to hand over. GBSS recovering nicely, but Top Flight is there as well. GBSS with a slight lead over Top Flight on the second handover.
GBSS, Top Flight, Ace still there. It's pretty close. That's Josh Thomas for the GBSS. And he's just overtaken there by the athlete from Top Flight. And Top Flight looking to put some pressure on the GBSS here. Ace Track Club right there in the mix as they come around the 200 meter 150 into the straightaway. It seems to be GBSS still with a lead, but here comes Top Flight. Top Flight, it's GBSS still. GBSS pulling away, and handover made.
Well, a good run by Josh Thomas for GBSS. The final leg here now. GBSS in the lead, followed by Top Flight. Then there is Ace Track Club. Ace now moves into second position. Ace looking good. That's Michael Francois, former Carifta athlete, and looking good. Francois in the lead and extending the lead over GBSS and Top Flight. It's going to take a lot to catch Michael Francois. He's that good of an athlete, and what a way to bring the curtains down with Michael Francois of Ace Track Club, powering himself away. Top Flight now moves into second position, but they're in battle here by GBSS. But Michael Francois would win this one for Ace Track Club in a very commanding way as well. A very great performance as GBSS picks up the second position. Top Flight in third. The exciting conclusion, John, to the final event of the day, the 4x400 meters open for boys.
Well, Leslie, part of the prediction came true. I told you it would have been between Ace and Fusion. We saw something totally different, but Ace, they were there.
Well, Kyle Ned on the third leg for Ace did a good job. So too was Michael Francois on the anchor, and they were just too superior for their competitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to crown the vice champion.
Indeed. We're going to try to go back to the 4x400 meters under 17.
Medal presentation, award ceremony.
So they're going to go downstairs, I think, Leslie.
But I understand the vice champion comes from the east.
Okay, so the sponsors
the
have
vice
some...
champion for 2026 is, I understand, is a parent here. And that person, IMA Grenada, want to recognize Miss Bascom. Miss Bascom from St. David's Track Blazers, her daughter Tishona Bascom. Miss Bascom is the Vibes champion. Miss Bascom, you want to come down to the track? The Vibes champion for 2026. The parent, the mother of Tishona Bascom. Come down to the track, Miss Bascom. Then we have the final award ceremony. Also, the supporters of the team that bring the most vibes. The supporters that brought the most vibes today. And the winner, the club, the team that had the most vibes, IMA Grenada recognizes. Let's put our hands together for the parents of St. David's Track Blazers. You just won yourself $500 for your team or club. You want to big up the parents of St. David's Track Blazers. Congratulations. Medal ceremony. Final medal ceremony.
All right, so we're going to bring you that race once again. We know some persons missed it, and here we go. It's the GBSS.
The final award ceremony.
Here we are, as we see the start. And so early runnings coming there in the middle of the track. Early days, Fusion Athletic. GBSS following. GBSS just about now looking to get into the lead. GBSS Fusion. St. David Track Blazers is making a move on the inside also. And here they go. Handover just about to be made. right about now.
So the first handover is made. GBSS in the lead. SAS is still in fourth position. Fusion is there. Trackblazers is there. It's Philip Mitchell for SAS on the second leg. And GBSS has a commanding lead in this one so far. They scratch towards the inside lane now. And it is still GBSS followed by Fusion. Then there is St. David's, Trackblazers, and SAS. But GBSS looking comfortable ahead with about a 30-meter lead over Fusion and sitting comfortably at the top. Trackblazers and SAS closing in now on Fusion as they run the turn and head into the home straight of the second leg. GBSS, the lead is being diminished now, but it is SAS and St. David's Trackblazers that are closing. Philip Mitchell running a strong leg here to come back into second position and closing the gap on GBSS as GBSS goes off now on the third leg, on the second leg.
Here we go. GBSS still with a lead. Here comes St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. It's SAS in second. Fusion in third. St. David's Trackblazers in fourth. Keep your eyes on GBSS. GBSS still with that lead. Here comes St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. We're just about approaching the 200-meter mark. Coming around the bend, just looking to assert where he is. Here comes St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. Heading into the straightaway now. He's going to head into first position. SAS, GBSS, Trackblazers, Fusion, as they are about to make the final handover.
What a great run indeed by Tevin Hall of SAS to bring that batter first after receiving it in third or fourth position. SAS goes off in a blaze here. GBSS would have their work cut out for them. It's Cache Stephen anchoring for GBSS. But he has a lot of work to do, a lot of catching up to do. It's only Junior Charles or Alan Francic that would bring back memories of intercall with a race like this. So let's see what Cache Stephen can do here. SAS, with 200 meters to go, going around that turn here now and getting ready to enter into the home straight. Cache Stephen really has his work cut out for him. He has narrowed the gap a little bit here. Does he have enough to sustain that throughout the end? But it is SAS, and SAS begins to pull away from Cache Stephen of the GBSS. SAS it is who's going to win this one. And I'm sure the fans in St. Andrews and all over of SAS are happy to see SAS winning this one over GBSS. Cache Stephen, a day that he would long want to maybe not remember, as SAS would have given him a good 30-meter lead on this one. Yeah. A good race as we bring it back to you, the viewers. We do apologize again for not allowing you to see it live. And so I'm sure you would have enjoyed it just as we did here, bringing it to you wherever you are. So what we're going to do now, we're going to go down to the house microphone to get the ceremonies that are about to take place for the monetary presentations to the winners of some of the events already completed.
41.79 seconds. Second position, 41 in a time of 41.61 seconds. The St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. And your winner in a time of 41.17 seconds. Fusion Athletics Club. These are your winners of our event 28. The boys 4 by 100 meters on the 20. Medal presentation for event 30. The boys 4 by 100 meter relay 20 plus. Third position, Classic Lighting, Finish Line Athletic Sports Club, 44.87 seconds. Second position, South City Rising Stars, 44.27 seconds. And your winner, Ace Track Club, 41.87 seconds. Your winners for event 30, the boys 4 by 100 meter relay 20 plus. Medal presentation for event 31. The girls 4x400 meter relay open. Third position, St. David's Trackblazers, 4 minutes, 19.86 seconds. Second position, McDonald College, 4 minutes, 12.44 seconds. And your winner, Classic Lighting Finish Line Sports Club, 4 minutes, 1.24 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of event 31, the girls 4x400 meter relay open. Prize ceremony for event 32, the boys 4x400 meter relay under 17. Third position, Fusion Athletics Club, 3 minutes, 42.62 seconds. Second position, St. David's Trackblazers, 3 minutes, 41.54 seconds. And your winner, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, 3 minutes, 28.16 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of event 32, the boys 4x400 meter under 17. Prize ceremony for event 33, the boys 4x400 meter relay open. Third position, Top Flight Athletics Club, 3 minutes, 21.03 seconds. Second position, Grenada Boys Secondary School, 3 minutes, 20.41 seconds. And your winner, Ace Track Club, 3 minutes, 12.95 seconds. Your winners for event 33, the boys 4x400 meter relay open. This brings us to the end of the prize giving ceremony. We want to thank you very much, Mr. Frederick, for assisting with those presentations. Congratulations, winners. This brings us to the end of the 2026 IMA 2026 IMA National Relay Meet. We take the opportunity to remind you that we're back here next week, Saturday and Sunday, for the national championships, the Ariza National Championships. This is a precursor to the Character Games, which will be held in April. Remember, the athletes will be trying to qualify. We're trying to qualify for a spot on the Character team. We want to say thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you next week, Saturday and Sunday, as well as for Character in April.
All right, so Leslie, we've come to what has been a really energized IMA relay meet. The rhythm section, I have to speak about it. It's been really a good day of athletic competition. The rhythm section just kept you going.
Well, John, this has been a truly, truly rewarding and exciting experience. The culmination of the second annual IMA National Relay Meet. I am sure the sponsors, the organizers are very pleased with the outcome of this event. We had some hiccups earlier on in the day, but thereafter it was smooth and very, very efficient running of the games. But even more so, we saw some very exciting and competitive events. We saw athletes who were favorites come forward and delivered. In my take, I think there were two clubs that really stood out for me today, and that was Finish Line and SAS. To me, they were the two most dominant clubs on display, and it sets the tone for a lot of the other events that are coming up later on in the year. South St. George Government School was here, and they were impressive as well. They would have a number of athletes that would be taking part in the National Primary School Games coming up on the 4th and 5th of March. And then next weekend, as we know, is the national champs and the selection of the character team. So the athletes had an opportunity this weekend to really sharpen their craft, get some race experience, if you want to call it that, in preparation for national selections. But I think all of the organizers and the sponsors, even the athletes themselves, the coaches, must be pretty pleased with the outcome of today's event.
Yeah, we've certainly seen some good quality athletics. We have to, commend the coaches, commend the behind-the-scenes work with a lot of these athletes. It's not always easy. We have to also commend the athletes because your determination, your drive, your willingness to go consistently to train and to prepare for meets like this is not always there. And so, you have to give commendation to everyone in terms of what the athletic season has brought so far. I think it's a good outlook for what is to come.
Absolutely. And we saw a lot of the athletes who came in with some reputation, really living up to expectation. The Annie Logie, the Annalisa Brown, Philip Mitchell, and there were a number of others who really delivered on the day, and I think that is what matters most. The coaches would have their work cut out for them now in terms of fine-tuning these athletes and getting them race ready for the other meets that are coming up. And as I mentioned very early in the broadcast, it is a very difficult undertaking for the coaches in terms of which events they would want to pick the athletes for or which range of time, because they have school sports, they have national champs, they have intercall, and they still have carifta. Which events, would they want to pick the athletes for, which range of period. And so that is what they trained to do, that's what they paid to do, so we leave it up to them to decide. We also want to recognize the other members of the broadcast team, Sherian and Basil Callis-Bunstein. And we must pick up TNR Communication, our producer, Richie Olivier, our entire camera crew, and Blondel in particular for doing all the switching work and so on. Nazim on the audio and maintaining the social media presence, and the entire team at TNR who did a splendid job as usual in ensuring that we have a quality broadcast out there for the thousands of fans that are tuned in for this event.
Yeah, we have to continue to commend TNR Communications for the work that they put in. Again, it's not always easy. It takes a lot to get these events on the screen. A lot of investing, a lot of time spent, setting up and taking down. And so it is quite a lot. And so we really must say thank you to them for the clarity in terms of what is being brought. I mean, you have one of the best, I will make it in the Caribbean here.
And of course, we want to say a thank you to the thousands of fans online that have stayed the course with us throughout the broadcast. We do apologize for some of the technical issues that were encountered, but we're happy that you had a thrilling and rewarding experience with us. So until then, until next year when we come back for another relay meet, we encourage you and we invite you to join us again next weekend for the Ariza National Champs, where the national team will be selected for Carifta 2026. Until then, on behalf of the entire broadcast team, we say good night and so long. See you next time.
In Grenada, sports aren't just a game, they're a way of life. They teach discipline, teamwork, and resilience. They inspire the next generation to push boundaries and chase excellence. That's why the Investment Migration Agency of Grenada is proud to support sports initiatives as part of our commitment to youth and national development. When we invest in sports programs, we invest in the future. We invest in the health and well-being of our youth, and we invest in broadening Grenada's reach, proudly connecting our athletes, our talent, and our nation to a global community. Together, we all go further. The Investment Migration Agency. Unlock the possibilities.